How we all doing? How we all doing? And there we go. Oh, we'll get to that, Catalina Gearbox. We'll get to that. Don't you worry. Lance has been laughing on his stream for like half an hour now. Why? The video of the guy wrecking beer in the Walmart and it being the wrong beer. I mean, that yeah, it's funny. It's less funny when you realize he also exposed himself to a minor. Which, I mean, par for the course, honestly, but also makes it far less funny. Um, hey, Doodleburb, how you doing? People on the YouTubes have been asking who did my cute little doodle in the lower corner, and I've been referring them to you. So hope they're finding you and saying hi and saying nice things to you. I have had a lot of meetings today, and also this is going to be a short stream, folks. We're going to be we're probably not going to be going into the later evening, so we're going to make the most of the time we have. Okay. Hey, DB Raymond, how we doing? Okay, we're just gonna hop right into it because man, we got some stuff, and then I want to play Dark Souls 2. That's what I want to do. Also, because it's a short stream, I'm going to do a plug at the beginning. If you enjoy my content, do you like having my content? Do you like having my content pumped directly into your eye holes and your ear holes and every other orifice when you're not looking? You should support my stream. Come on over to riverboat.gg and chat with the fine folks on screen here. And also support me by giving subs and donos. Did Fox settle? Yes, Fox settled for a little bit shy of $800 million. Which is very unfortunate. We don't go through Discovery, and it's goddamn infuriating. We were right there, folks. Are you threatening to peg your content? No, I'm not. I am threatening to die of destitution without your support. And that will be on your conscience forever, and I'll haunt you. And not in a sexy way, like the movie Ghost, but in a scary way, like The Haunting of Hill House. I thought Dominion refused. They did, and then they settled today. So that's your update. Now, moving on. Hey, folks, did you know that people are racist? Did you know that in the South and in the Midwest and in a lot of rural areas in America, people despise folks who are different from them and people who say, whoa, now, it's actually okay for people to be different from you. There are people in America in 2023 who are racist. And you know, I feel like we might not harp on that enough. Because conservatives keep going, well, you know, it's 2023. No one's a racist anymore. No one's like explicitly racist anymore. You know, we got the racist laws off the books. No one in positions of power would ever be racist again. And meanwhile, they're just really into the Confederate battle flag and like statues of Confederate leaders who explicitly condoned and supported slavery. But they're not racist, okay? They're not racist at all. And then those completely and utterly non racist people wind up in positions of power and authority in small rural towns where their ability to do whatever the fuck they want is relatively unchecked. And that brings us to today, or rather, yesterday. I believe this came to light either yesterday or the day before, um, where officials in Oklahoma, unbeknownst to themselves, were recorded on a recording device, talking in presumed privacy. Yeah. But again, people who, like, a week ago would have been called completely and utterly not racist. Here we go.
Governor Kevin Stitt is calling for the resignation of several local officials following an audio recording of them allegedly reminiscing about lynching, among other hateful conversations. According to the McCurtain Gazette News, a reporter left his tape recorder behind after a local meeting when he suspected officials were discussing county business after the public had left. NBC News has not verified the audio, nor have we received comment from those allegedly involved. But in the clips, it appears the officials were talking about plans to beat, kill, and hide the bodies of that same local reporter and his father, making barbecue jokes about a local woman who died in a recent house fire, and complaining that they could no longer lynch black people. A warning that what you're about to hear is both disturbing.
Again, these are people who I guarantee you, the second that this hit the local news, they had a press conference talking about how they have many black friends whom they love and enjoy. And I guarantee you, also included some form of I'm not racist. How could you even consider me racist? And I want you all to keep that in mind, because that's what every fucking racist says right before they're, right before or right after they got caught doing the most racist thing imaginable. So here we go.
And offensive.
Realize, like your job, I heard the other day, said, I heard 10 or 12 people going to the sheriff. I said, let's get 20. They don't have a clue what they're getting into.
Oh, yeah,
Not this
because
day and age.
but everybody.
I will tell you something. If it was back in the day, when Alan take a damn blackjack, whoop their ass and throw them in the cell, I'd run for sheriff.
Yeah, well, it's not like that no more.
I know. We're taking down here on mud.
Just a local politician talking about how back in the day, when you had the ability to beat a black man and then imprison him for no reason, he would have loved to have been a sheriff and done exactly that.
Creek and hang them up with the damn rope.
Yeah.
But you can't
And
do
the
that.
thing about it is,
They got more.
Oh, I know, take them down to Mud Creek and hang them up with a rope, but you can't do that anymore. They got more rights than we got. Yeah, because if you went down to the creek and strung up a white guy, yeah, you would be, like, fucking investigated. But guess what? You would have been investigated, like, 200 years ago for that, too? If you did that to a black guy 200 years ago, there was no investigation. That was your property. That was your right, because you owned them. No one was gonna ask too many questions about that. This guy knows that. Every fucking conservative in this country knows it. Every single goddamn one of these racist pieces of shit knows that. And they yearn for the day that they can one day reclaim their birthright, which they view explicitly as owning black people. They feel that that is owed to them. They feel black bodies and black labor is owed to them. And I just want you guys to know that this attitude is pervasive. This is pervasive across the southern United States. Hell, in some parts of the northern United States, it's pervasive as well. I'm not going to pretend that Minnesota, where I live, is some kind of blue paradise, that you can go into the rural areas of this country and, in private conversation, not hear shit like this. Because you 100% can.
Rights we got.
Joining me now from Tulsa is anchor.
Oh, I believe there was more audio. Let's find the audio.
On a bark body, you know, we wrap it up in tin foil to preserve the body and stuff like that. And we got all the body parts and stuff like that. And Kyla was out there too.
Hey,
Oh, the body
Cosmopolitics.
part. Oh, she come apart.
Yeah, just the bark bodies. It's
No, I know. I picked up on it.
And
They really
Got-
fall apart when they're burnt?
and yeah,
Have you
Yeah.
never had barbecue?
that's another.
Yeah.
Same.
I'm hungry.
Kyla
I picked up
looks
the
at the
guy's
face.
glasses
And
off
they got
his
it wrapped in
face
tin
and
foil
pulled all
and put her in
the
the body
skin
bag.
off.
Kyla,
And this is another element of the story. You hear them talking about barbecue. You hear them talking about barbecue. That barbecue that they're talking about is the reporter. The reporter who left behind his tape recorder running in this room. They're talking about burning him alive.
Kyla goes, you do know what we gotta do now, right? And Face goes, no, what? She goes, you gotta preheat the oven 350 degrees, leave her in there for 15 minutes. And she went,
Bless her heart.
it was, and then the medical examiner asked her, he said, hey, we're just gonna eat. And he looked at Face, he goes, you wanna go with me and go eat barbecue?
Like guys, when I make fun of conservatives for having such a low bar for comedy, this is what I mean. Like a person who's conservative will go like, huh, you're a trans woman? You'll never pass. And like it's just 100 seals. Ha 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 ha. And meanwhile, like it's the same thing for like they're even more heinous jokes, you know. Haha, what if we burned a reporter alive, guys? Wouldn't that be funny? We'd call it barbecue. Ha ha ha. We'd take a dog with us to, you know, eat the barbecue. Ha 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 ha. Like, and the entire, like, they're talking to several other people and they're just guffawing.
Realized, like your job, I heard the other day, said, I heard 10 or 12 people going to the sheriff. I said, fuck, let's get 20. They don't have a goddamn clue what they're getting into.
Oh, yeah,
Not this
because
day
it's
and
all,
age.
it's all, but everybody.
I'm gonna tell you something. If it was back in the day, when Alan Marshall take a damn blackjack, whoop their ass and throw them in the cell, I'd run for fucking sheriff.
Yeah, well, it's not like that no more.
I know. Take them down here on Mud Creek and hang them up with the damn rope.
Yeah.
But you can't
And
do
the
that.
thing about it is,
They got more rights than we got.
What they really don't know is
and that's the thing about it. 20 years ago, I would have done something like that. I mean, 20 years ago, I wasn't in a political position. You know?
they're insignificant in my life.
Yes.
Really, they bring
The
that
old
to my
saying is, you
table.
know,
What goes around goes around.
It will. I told you it will.
Yeah.
I know where two big deep holes are if you ever need them.
I got an excavator.
And these are already pre-dug. Yeah, but the thing of it is, you know,
We actually told the truth.
I've known 2 or 3 hitmen that were very quiet guys
Yeah,
and would cut no fucking mercy
yeah,
in Louisiana because it was all mafia around
Yeah.
Louisiana.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, just casually discussing how they want to have 2 holes dug in the ground for the reporter's father and the reporter, talking about how, you know, well, I know a couple guys down in Louisiana who are hitmen who will come and murder them for us. And this is not a limited incident, chat, in America. This is not a limited incident in America by any means.
yeah, but here's the reality. If the hair on his wife's head, Chris Willingham's head, or any of those people that really were behind all that, if the hair on their head got touched by anybody, who would be the bad guys?
Who'd
Yeah.
you blame for?
Yeah.
Who'd be blamed for it? Who'd be blamed for it? Now, guys, we live in a horrifically racist country. And I think that some people in certain areas of the country get a little bit complacent about that. get a little bit like, oh, it's not that bad. No, it is actually that bad. There are still people around today who threw stones at, like, small black children for going into a white school. Okay? Those people are still around, and they had kids, and they did everything in their power to raise those kids to hate black people. And you think that doesn't have an effect on, like, everything in our society? Yeah, growing up in the South, this sort of sentiment is really common. It is. It is. I went to North Carolina once to visit some friends, and I met the aunt of one of my friends, right? And she was a real nice lady, but, like, we were walking into a restaurant at one point, and she said something about, like, some kind of comment about, like, the intelligence of, like, black people, like, derogatorily, obviously. And I just, like, stopped in my tracks and, like, looked around and was like, what the fuck was that? And, like, one of my friends was like, oh yeah, that's just how people talk down here. I'm like, what the fuck? It's not great. There are corners of this country where that is just common parlance. It's super. Yeah, it was something a little bit more explicit than "you're so well spoken," Entroa, but it was like, it was enough to make me, like, physically stop and, like, flag down one of my friends and be like, what the hell was that? Oh, god damn.
84.
Okay, also, okay, we're gonna talk about this. Alright. This kind of, tails nicely with our previous story about how this attitude is so pervasive. So, folks, you all know we live in America, where there are more guns than people literally everywhere in this country. Every man, woman, and child and dog in this country could have a gun, and we'd still have guns left over. All right? Keeping it 100 with you guys. And what do you think happens when you mix that prevalence of gun ownership with the attitudes and the ideas that were revealed in the recording we just heard? What do you think happens? You're right, Mint Kuro. Ralph Jarl happens. So, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this story, Ralph Jarl is a young man who is thankfully still alive. Okay? Thankfully still alive. And, Ralph Jarl was trying to go to, pick up, I believe, a sibling at 150th Street North, or something like that. But instead he went to 115th Street North. Instead he went to 115th Street something else. Right number, wrong street. And so he went up to this door at this house, at the address he thought he was supposed to be at, rang the doorbell. And for that crime, the homeowner shot him in the head. Yeah, he was supposed to go to 115th Terrace and then went to 115th Street. Yes. He got shot in the head for ringing on this man's doorbell. He fell to the ground, and when he got up to try and run away, the man shot him again. And he is also having been witnessed as having said something along the lines of, "We don't like your kind here." What exactly was this? What did he say here? Yeah. He was going to a home on Northeast 115th Street in Kansas City. He was supposed to go to Northeast 115th Street. Oh my God! Why? Stop. 115th Terrace, but he went to the wrong address. He knocked on the door, and yeah, let's see here. An officer observed a front storm glass window broken with blood on the front porch. The officer also observed blood on the doorway, cameras to the south and east side of the residence, and blood in the street in front of a nearby house. Strange. Police officers took a hard drive from Andrew Lester's home, but the video system was no longer functional. Strange. Curious. Indeed. Andrew Lester, by the way, is an 84-year-old white man in Kansas City, and said to police that shooting the young man was the last thing he wanted to do, but he was scared to death because of Jarl's size and his age. So literally, this young kid knocked on his door, and the first thing that this guy did was get terrified and shoot him in an attempt to kill him. Which, by the way, I gotta be honest with you guys, there's a decent chance that this guy does not get charged for murder. Or attempted murder, rather. Oh yeah, Jarl told authorities, because luckily Ralph Jarl survived this altercation, despite having been shot in the head. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this. Ralph Jarl is a 15-year-old boy. Yes, he survived. Jarl was able to tell the authorities the man who lived at the residence said, "Don't come around here." And before shooting him. Yeah, don't come around here. Blam, blam. And then when Jarl, despite having suffered two gunshot wounds, again, one of them to the fucking head, tried to go around to other houses in the area, and he had to try multiple residences in order to get help. Yeah, he was shot in the left forehead and the right arm. Andrew Lester has finally been charged. It took almost a week between the actual shooting and turning himself and the charges being handed down. No, they were going to leave him to die. Absolutely. Andrew Lester was going to leave that young man to die on his in his yard. Last I heard, he wasn't charged. That would have been insane. But yeah, no, he's finally been charged. He's been charged and he has surrendered and is now in police custody. He has been charged on 2 charges see here. Two felony charges: assault in the first degree and armed criminal action. And he has a bond of $200,000. Hello, Irked. Yeah, it's... again, like, people in America have been so conditioned to be afraid. To be so afraid that a stranger showing up at their door, who's a child, is enough to make them shoot them through the door. It's insane. Insane. I'm gonna guess, KBS, that they felt they couldn't get him on attempted murder for some reason. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $10 dono. Maybe old people shouldn't have guns. Yeah, I think that there maybe there should be a cutoff for like when you are deemed unable to safely handle a gun, you know? I think that's open for discussion. Here, we're gonna watch a press conference from the family. They gave it about 30 minutes ago.
This was heinous, it was evil, it was criminal in our opinions, and no longer will we sit back and be silent as it happens to our children. I'll clap myself. Finally, as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, we are a non-violent people, which does not mean that we lack courage, which does not mean that we will not confront, which does not mean that we will be weak. And we stop by to tell you today, and history...
Well, I mean, he might get a slap on the wrist, Catalina Gearbox, but he is currently facing life in prison. So we'll see. I mean, technically, at 84, life in prison... also, I should mention, dude, like, if you were to imagine, like, a really racist old white dude, I'm gonna be a little mean here, he looks exactly like who you would picture. He looks like a more racist version of the character that Clint Eastwood played in Gran Torino. Okay? Like, look, that's all I'll say, all right?
bears it out that a charge does not mean justice. We are not canceling any press conferences, any actions until there is an arrest, which we understand that there is, until there is an imprisonment, until there is an indictment, and then until there is actually a
Mint, I actually have absolutely no problem with people donating to have their messages highlighted. That's fine. I don't mind that.
verdict that holds Mr. Lester accountable for what he has done to a black child. Finally, in the name of Jesus Christ, we call upon all of Kansas City, all of the metro, all of the state of Missouri to understand that there is nothing the justice system can do to repair what Ralph Yarl has lost. Therefore, what is real justice? I'm glad you asked. That never again, never again, never again, never again, never again, in the name of Jesus Christ, will hate and racism take away the health and beauty and future of a black child.
By the way, just as an FYI, this is the kid who showed up. This is Ralph Yarl. This kid showed up at the wrong address and for that horrific crime got shot through the door. This baby.
God bless you. And God Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Frank Douglas, and I'm representing the Urban Summit. No more will our voices be silent. No more will our voices be silent. No more will our voices be silent. Regardless to whatever time of night it is, Mr. Lester has been on the earth for 84 years, and we will not take anything short of justice this coming year. This is just day 2. This is just day 2. I think we get amped when we start a thing. I don't see any of my vanilla clergy like I would like to see them. When we want to be together and have kumbaya moments. This is important. This was a child, 16 years of age. Look around you. Does not matter. We're all in the human race. But until it's 10 o'clock at night, we're not in the race anymore. And we are tired. We are tired of these types of tragedies and it being passe in our community, Bishop. That young black man is just as important as any vanilla brother or sister that's standing here. His life matters. I know people are getting tired of words like wokeness. I've been woke most of my life. And sometimes y'all remind me at 10 o'clock at night. And if a grown man has to be reminded, this should never even have to happen to that young man with how brilliant his life had been up until this point. Now I want to say something to you. My dear friend Dr. Howard says that we're fronting Jim Crow. I want to say to you, we are facing American apartheid.
The fact that I'm sorry, the fact that like a 15-year-old kid can get lost and walk up to a door thinking it's the right place that he needs to be at and get shot multiple times in the head. Absolute lunacy. Hey, Chill Destario.
Apartheid is anytime there is separateness in the way you view another human being based on nothing but what you see. And we are tired of American apartheid. Well, Bishop, somebody said it like this. Well, we come out of eras. We haven't come out of an era. We're just bringing the spotlight to what's been going on over 150 years since the Emancipation Proclamation. We got a so-called freedom, but then we didn't get love. See, love is at the root of this. And I want to see, I have a lot of people that call Bishop Douglas when I have to go.
Yeah, no, he got shot in the head. fell back onto the old man's yard, and then when he tried to get up, the old man shot him again in the arm. He then had to try and run away, bleeding from his head and his arm, to try and find help in a neighborhood where no one opened the door for him. It took him like 3 or 4 houses before someone would actually help him. And Doodleburb, if you can find the interview where the old man's neighbors talk about what a good guy he is and how they want to look out for their own, well, I think that tells you an awful lot about the type of community that this happened in.
South, and I have to go west. But I want to see you showing up, brother clergy, sister clergy. I see, and I'm appreciative of the ones that's here. But it's way more people that call me all the time that need to be standing up for this chocolate little boy. Come on, Bishop. Amen. Come on, Bishop.
And that's the other thing. That's the other thing. And you know what? I'm glad that we're seeing coverage of this, framing it properly, because I've seen far too many news stories framing like 15-year-old boys as like adult men, you know? And that's even in the framing of Andrew Lester's defense. You know, he got afraid because of how big this intimidating black man was. But the reality is, he was looking at a 15-year-old child. He was looking at a 15-year-old boy. Just a kid, man.
It's way more. Come on, Bishop. I don't care what you got going on today. It's way more. Yeah. And I'm gonna end with this. It's been said by Reverend Jesse Jackson that we treat different situations different.
Sorry, 16-year-old. Still doesn't change my position. Still a child.
They say when two blacks kill one another, it's Miller time.
Yeah.
They said if one of us, if it had been 84-year-old.
Well, let me put it this way: if this guy goes to prison, he's not gonna need his home anymore. Okay.
Black man that had done the same thing, it'd have been lynching time.
Yes.
No more. 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 It's gonna take black, brown. It's gonna take everyone that's here. Uh-oh, I got a thing like I do in church. They pull up my coattails. No more. No more, Bishop. Now I want you to do something. Someone next to you, tell them I love you. Oh, y'all don't mean it. I didn't even look at nobody. Tell them I love you. Love you. There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it.
Through this trial. Hold on. Through this trial. Talk to them.
Through this trial.
I need you to hang with me.
I need you to hang with
Don't
me.
you flink out on us. Don't you flink out on us. Stand with us. Stand with us. Bring your neighbors. Bring your neighbors. Because we seek justice. Yeah, we seek justice. We seek justice. We seek justice.
Ralph Yarl is a member of his school's Technology Student Association and Science Olympiad team. He's bright. He is an extremely adept student. He also plays multiple instruments in a youth orchestra and is a section leader in his marching band. Basically, by all accounts, this kid is like a gifted youngster who has so many different talents. He has the ability to be anything he wants to be in life. And frankly, like, this event is going to change the entire course of his existence. His entire life changed because he went to the wrong house and was shot. He's in his junior year of high school. And God, oh God, the details about this story, by the way, are just terrible. Like, when someone finally answered the door and called 911, the operator told her to stay in her home, and not let Ralph Yarl in because the shooter's location was unknown. The neighbor says, I wanted to help him, Ralph Yarl, but they kept saying we don't know where the shooter is at. She complied initially, then went outside with towels to help suppress the bleeding. I kneeled down next to him and I said, what's your name? Who shot you? And Ralph explained he was supposed to pick up his brothers. We figured out then he went to the wrong street, which is no excuse for what happened. This is somebody's child. I had to clean the blood off my door, off my railing. That was someone's child's blood. I'm a mom. This is not okay, said the neighbor. He was very alert, very brave. Is the shooter being charged? Yes, but it took almost a week for the charges to drop and an arrest to be made. He was only charged and arrested today. God, man. Sometimes I read about people calling 911 operators, and like, I understand if like you're like you don't know where the shooter is. That I understand that advice, but man, if a child comes to your front porch and is bleeding, I'm sorry, there's no way in hell I'm keeping my door shut, you know? I can't fathom that. The story makes me so upset. That's why I didn't talk about it yesterday.
Blessed be the name of the Lord. I don't care if he looks black to you or white. Jesus, he loves everybody. And you better love me too. Thank you, Bishop.
I'm Nimrod Chapel, president of the Missouri State.
It took a week just to charge the shooter? Well, because the kid who was shot is black and the shooter is an old white man. If I'm being 100% honest with you guys, that's why. All right?
Conference of the NAACP. Woo! I'm here today to bear witness to the atrocity that has spread Missouri across this nation yet again. It was 2017 when the NAACP invoked a travel advisory, so that people would know that if you're a person of color and you're within the confines of this state, your level of justice is less than everybody else. It doesn't matter whether you're on the road, whether you're in any of these courthouses that are flanking us. It doesn't matter whether you're in the school or in the hospital. Everything that you get is of a lesser quality and of a lesser degree.
Yes.
That has not changed.
Yes.
Damn.
What we see are political people at the top of...
No, Enzo, he didn't shoot a black kid at a school. He, the black 16-year-old child was sent to pick up his brothers on 115th Street Northeast, and instead went to 115th Terrace. So he went to the wrong street, and he knocked on the door of the wrong house, and for knocking on the door of the wrong house, the 84-year-old white man inside shot him in the head, and then shot him in the arm when he tried to get up and flee. So, that's what happened.
State government. We can say the governor, his cabinet, who
Talk.
now
Talk.
is less brown than it has been in the
Attorney
past.
Rod.
We can see that an Attorney General's report coming out on June the 1st will soon reflect that if you are a person of color, you're more likely to be pulled over than anybody else.
Talk, Attorney Rod.
And I'm gonna interrupt this so that we can take a look at the disparity of treatment between what happened in this case and what happened in the case that happened today. Okay? The case that happened today. All right? or sorry, it happened on Saturday. So on the 15th. And the arrest was almost immediate. Okay. Yeah, he was okay, this case happened on Saturday, the 15th, and the next day the shooter got charged, okay? I'm going to see if you guys can tell what the difference is here. What's the difference here in this case? A 20-year-old woman was shot and killed after her friend turned into the wrong driveway in upstate New York. 20-year-old woman was shot and killed Saturday after she and three others accidentally turned into the wrong driveway while looking for a friend's house in rural upstate New York, authorities said. The woman, identified as Kaylin Gillis, was a passenger in a vehicle when a man, 65-year-old Kevin Monahan, fired 2 shots from his front porch, Washington County Sheriff Jeffrey Murphy said in a news conference on Monday. One of the shots hit the vehicle and struck Gillis, the sheriff said. It's a very rural area with dirt roads. It's easy to get lost. They drove up this driveway for a very short time, realized their mistake, and were leaving when Mr. Monahan came out and fired 2 shots. The sheriff said, adding that the area has poor cell phone service. Monahan has been charged with second-degree murder in connection with her death, Murphy said. He's arraigned Sunday on the murder charge, his attorney told CNN. A bail hearing is pending for Tuesday or Wednesday, the district attorney and defense attorney both said. So, just wanna ask, chat, what was the difference between the case where Kaylin Gillis was murdered, tragically, and the case where Ralph Yarl almost died, both for almost identical crimes? Well, what's the difference there? Yeah, like in America, we live in a country, chat, that is so messed up. So messed up that for the crime of, like, walking on somebody else's yard, you can be shot to death. For the crime of driving into someone's driveway by accident, you can be shot to death. I'm gonna assume one of the people was white and the other wasn't. You would be correct. We got... Ralph Yarl over here. Took almost a week to arrest and charge his would-be killer. And we got Kaylin Gillis over here. Took like less than a day. What happened to both are absolute tragedies. But the fact that, like, almost a week goes by and you don't arrest the guy who shot a stranger, I was gonna say, shot a child in the head for the crime of knocking on his door. You waited a week to arrest that madman? By the way, the shooter in Kaylin Gillis's case, Kevin Monahan, he claims that the reason he shot at these kids was because, or at these people, was because there were multiple cars and a motorcycle making a lot of noise, and that scared him because she and her friends were going to another friend's house in the rural upstate New York. So there were 4 people in one car, 2 people in another car, and then another person on a motorcycle. But they all realized they were at the wrong address and turned around and were actively leaving when he came out and shot and took 2 pot shots at them. Absolute lunacy. You found it? Here, let's take a look.
Well, you're a friend.
Yeah, he's my buddy, man. I love him.
This is an interview with the neighbors of the Andrew Lester, the man who shot Andrew Yarl.
Death.
Is he an older guy? It's not this guy, right?
No, come on, man. We all take care of one another, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, was he afraid? Do you know?
I have no idea, man.
At the house where the siblings were, individuals inside also turned us away, but told us emotionally.
Just we look out for each other, you know? We fellow wheeze, you know? Fellow whites, we look out for each other. Like that's what he's trying to say there. We take care of one another, you know? Yeah. Goddamn.
If you're in Colombia, you can be 300% times more likely to be pulled over. This is the life that black people have been living within this state. We are here together to bear.
Oh yeah, the police in the Andrew Yarl case, or Ralph Yarl case, were insistent that race did not play a factor in this 84-year-old white man who claimed to have been scared by a child, shooting said child. Race not a factor, yeah.
Witness and to demand better, not just of ourselves, not just of communities like North Kansas City, but of the entire state. Because people like Lester have been killing us all along. We have been suffering injustice like Lester's all along. People might say it's not his fault. He didn't do it by himself. He's just one man. He is a symptom of what's going on in Missouri. We have got to change that. We can't afford for our kids who are involved in Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, who are working with people who are...
And again, keep in mind, chat, keep in mind what we opened this segment talking about, okay? We were connecting this with the underlying racism in white folks in America. Did race play a factor in arresting shooters in both cases, though? I would say that if the white woman victim definitely got her shooter got arrested much faster. He is white, and also Ralph Yarl's shooter, who is also white, did not get arrested very quickly. And I'd argue it's because Ralph Yarl is black. But also she died. Yes, she also died. Yes. But I would argue that, you know, Ralph Yarl being shot in the head was a pretty good crack at killing him. Now, I would also just point out that we started out this entire segment by talking about the recorded audio from Kansas officials. That recorded audio shows, like, sheriffs and members of the local government talking about murdering journalists, like actively talking about murdering journalists, as in like discussing how one of them knew some hitmen in Missouri or Louisiana who'd be willing to come up and murder the journalist and his father, while also talking about how in the good old days you could just go and lynch black people. So, you know, just want to point out that this attitude, this pervasive attitude, is infused into a lot of rural white areas. No, the audio is from Kansas. What? Am I high? Sorry, Oklahoma officials. You're right. Sorry. Oklahoma officials, this was in Kansas City, Missouri. Sorry. I'm getting a lot of things mixed up because they're very similar and the South naming conventions suck ass. Are we good? Are we all on the same page? We good? Do you guys have any other details that you want to make sure I get straight? We good? We Gucci? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Cool.
Delivering pizzas or packages to people's door to all of a sudden be afraid to go anywhere. We know that people like Tory Sanders, who simply ran out of gas in Mississippi County, found himself on the backside of a dark jail cell where the cameras were turned out. Still nobody prosecuted. This is not new. We have been covering up the truth for a long time. We think about Justin King, who was murdered in Crawford County. It's on film. They know who did it. No prosecution. What do we stand behind? What do we see? We see people trying to articulate laws that don't make any sense. We see people pushing forth a culture of death that takes us as the burden and leaves us with all the pain. It's time for justice to be applied equally to everyone regardless of color. Until we get there, Missouri will not be a safe place, not just for black and brown people, not just for women and the aged, not just for the disabled, not just for the faithful, but for all of us. We've got to do this not just for our lives that are fleeting, but for the next generation. If the courthouses are not open, right now they're closed to people of color, simply because if you sue somebody or try to sue somebody who harassed, discriminated, retaliated against you, said the wrong thing, touched you in the wrong way, you can't hold a person accountable. That's what Lester thought was going to happen to him. We will show them different. We will be here. We will be watching. And we will be paying attention until he pays the price.
I hate that I can't hear what she's saying.
Here today to show their support, and I'm going to ask Jamie to come forward and speak on behalf of our state legislators.
Good afternoon. My name is State Representative Jamie Johnson. I represent Missouri's District 12, House District 12. I am the only black state representative that represents a part of Kansas City's Norfolk. I stand here today as not only a state representative, but also a mother. I have 3 kids, 22-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 12-year-old. The 19 and 12-year-old are boys. This could have been my son. This could have been my son. There are things that we need to do as a state body to rectify the prevalence of guns in our community. There are things that we need to do to ensure that unsafe people do not have access to firearms. That's right. Red flag.
I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back, okay? Take this call.
A couple of weeks ago, we heard legislation on anti-red flag gun law. That's unacceptable. Last night, we passed bills in the House that would allow for firearms on public transit and in places of worship. That is unacceptable. The prevalence of guns in our community is a culture, and it needs to stop. And it needs to stop now.
Yes, sir.
There are people who would tell you that my presence at this press conference is political. We're politicizing a tragedy. There is nothing about me, my identity, my election, or my presence in the state house that is not political. Needed anyone to love us. We need you to leave us alone so we can love ourselves. Amen.
the audio desync. I don't understand why, like, the audio for, like, the first 2 or 3 speakers was good, and it is terrible for them.
Here, we have been on the phone many hours over this past weekend because of the circumstances and the situation with the attempted murder of Ralph Walsh. We represent the entire city. There is 129,375 black people in the city of Kansas City. And as Mr. Lester said that he was an unknown black man, an unknown black boy, there's a lot of unknown black people in this community, and we will not stand by and allow the terror of black people in our community. This is just the beginning. This is not the end. And all of our residents deserve a city council and deserve a city in which we will ask the tough questions about how this was investigated. That we will ask tough questions about where do we go from here. My office today sent a letter to the U.S. District Attorney's Office asking for an investigation regarding a hate crime. As a mother of 2 black boys, it is really important that we not let up on the gas.
That's right, Councilwoman.
That
Hit the foot on the gas.
that we have to continue to fight until justice is served.
That's right.
That's why in the city council we push for an office of racial reconciliation. It's why we push for accountability for policing. It's why we push for reparations. It's why we're pushing to make sure that we're not only here saying the things that Black Lives Matter, but Black Lives do really matter in policy and action indeed. And so we have to make sure that we stand in solidarity, that we stand united, and that we make sure that justice is served.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amaya Cook, and I am a co-founder of Decarcerate KC. We are a large and made up of young organizers, activists, community members in Kansas City, and we work to bring awareness around issues of incarceration and policing. We stand in solidarity with Ralph Darrell and his family in their pursuit of justice, in their pursuit of accountability, and in their pursuit of healing for Ralph. And we are also very grateful for the organizers of this conference, of the rallies, of the attention, the People's Coalition, who is made up of community members, the civil rights leaders who have been doing this work for a very long time, and people who are part of the news provide information and resources
That's right.
on issues and experiences that are most impacting Black people, such as the Kansas City Defender and the Kansas City Discoverer. I've lived in this city for a very long time. Most of my life has been spent in South Kansas City, and by far, this is one of the most disgusting incidences
That's right.
of racial
They don't subtitle. Look, they might not subtitle black folks, but I think the major issue with this one is the auto caption feature for live footage is pretty bad.
This is something that has pervaded much of our news feeds, our social media.
Hope you're feeling better today,
what we're
Nindreen.
watching on television. Ralph Darrell's face, his beautiful black face, is something we're now seeing. Not because of his accomplishments, excellence, his beauty of just being black, but because he was shot by a perpetrator of racial violence. That is not something we should be bringing attention to. We should not be here, but we are. And that is a shame that we have to be putting attention on our city because of these racial tragedies. At the same time of seeing Ralph Darrell's face across my social media, I was of the attention that has been brought because of this racial incident. I'm grateful for the celebrities, the president, the vice president, the national and international news sources that are here. I will say that none of this would have been possible if it weren't for the community members and community leaders who are on the ground every day. Every day. And said, no, this is not right. We deserve more. We deserve something different than just a charge where someone can walk away loosely for 4 days. We deserve more than just an arrest where someone can post bonds for $20,000. Is that what our lives are worth? $20,000? That's right.
But by the way, when they talk about cashless bail, yeah, if you did a fucking murder under cashless bail, they could just hold you and not, like, you know, do the whole bail thing.
We demand more as a community. And we will demand more. And we will get more. Because the community that I live in, the community that I experience every day, is more. And we are going to be fighting for that justice. Thank you.
So I just want to add something here. Next week we have the NFL draft. In 2026 we have the World Cup. We need to clean up our mess. You know, when I was growing up and we were getting ready to have company, my mom would make us get up and clean up before company comes so we can put forward the right impression. So as far as I'm concerned, if we don't clean up our mess, if we don't see some measurable policing reform, if we don't see our law enforcement, our justice system acting equitably on behalf of black people, if we don't get these guns off of our streets, if we don't get local control of our police,
it won't be pretty. It won't be pretty. It won't be pretty. It won't be pretty.
We need to clean up our mess and stop selling lies about how great things are when we have black children being shot and the police over policing in our black
Thank you, 10-letter name. Thank you, this one. Thank you, idiots are taking over.
We have to stop the violence in our neighborhoods.
Muscle up.
But that takes, that's a two-way street. The police want us to say, hey, you all should be talking about black on black crime. Well, you all should be solving the non-deadly gunshot wounds that they have. You should increase your targeting so that we can get the perpetrators off the street. Black people don't like crime in their neighborhoods. That's right. We don't want violence in our neighborhoods. That's right. We're tired of the guns, but it requires a partnership, an authentic, trusting relationship and respect for the humanity of black people if you want us to help you solve the crimes in the street. And it took too long to get this man in jail.
Too long.
Too long to get this man. And that's why we can't build community trust. But we thank you for doing what you filing the right charges, but it's still not enough. We got a lot of work. We got a lot of work to do. So next, is Lee here yet? So you can look, I'll let you guys come up so you can do questions or respond to questions. Lee Merritt is on his way, the attorney for the Ural family. We'll be able to speak to him. But questions.
Okay, we need better audio here. I can't keep doing
You're over here trying to figure out how not to arrest this man for shooting this boy.
It is not equal justice. It's a double standard.
That's how it plays out in our city. So we're pressing, we want the truth. If the police department and the prosecutors could just be transparent, tell the freaking truth, shed the light on the situation, then you can grow trust that way. But I have to find these things out through a variety of sources to know what the real deal is as to why those charges weren't filed. So prosecutor up there, I know, and I'm gonna make sure all my people know. Right. You didn't really want to file these charges.
You sure did.
When Biden called, everybody started running around and getting folders together and calling the press conference. That's how we got here.
Okay, nope, nope.
We've heard nothing from the governor.
Okay, I can't do more of this mumbling. I'm sorry. The content is good. I support all these people, but the audio is just too scuffed for me. I'm sorry. Yeah. Also, chat, just as an update, Fox News has settled with Dominion Voting Systems for $787 million. And frankly, that is disappointing as hell. Quite literally, the settlement came through in the process of the initial court, the initial gathering of this jury trial. Like, when I say that, I mean, like, literally, their lawyers were in the courtroom about to give their openings for the trial jury, and then the settlement came through. Very disappointing. I wanted to see all the dirty laundry get aired out, but I guess we're not going to see that, huh? Let's see. Oh, cashless bail. Do you trade commodities instead? Does that just mean no bail? Oh, yeah. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the concept of cashless bail, all it means is that you trust the judge and the surrounding legal system to assess whether or not someone is a flight risk or a danger to themselves or the community. If they are, then you hold them without bail. And if they aren't, then you let them go to await their court date. That way, being rich is not just a get out of jail free card, literally. There's another chance for that? How so? Explain, Ashley. Yeah, a lot of people oppose cashless bail because there's the perception that it just releases a ton of people who are then going to roam the streets doing crimes. But it's quite the opposite. There's another lawsuit? Between whom and whom? I mean, I assume Dominion Voting Systems, but who's the other party? There are two? Oh, and the other voting system company. Wait, what's the other voting system company? Wait. I was only aware of Dominion. Fox. God, it's barely even half. It's not even half of what Dominion was initially seeking. That's so sad. Oh, yeah. Dominion or Fox News is still facing a second major defamation lawsuit from Smartmatic, another voting technology company. Gotcha. What is that one here? Is there any... Fox News, Smartmatic. Okay, yeah, Smartmatic is suing Fox News for $2.7 billion. And also names Maria Bartiromo, Lou Dobbs, and Janine Pirro in the suit. No trial date is set for that one yet. However, a judge has rejected Fox's efforts to have the case dismissed. So this is going to go to trial if it is not settled. A Smartmatic spokesman said in a statement after the Dominion settlement, Dominion's litigation exposed some of the misconduct and damage caused by Fox's disinformation campaign. Smartmatic will expose the rest. Oh, they coming for you, baby. They coming for you. Hey, what's up? Oh, goddamn. What's the topic today? We were just talking about the Dominion settlement between Fox News and Dominion voting systems and what's next. And currently they're facing down an even bigger lawsuit from Smartmatic, which is another voting systems company. Going to be bloody? Yeah, I don't know. The statement coming out right after the settlement, and especially considering they're asking for almost double what Dominion was asking for. Like, oh, Smartmatic is gonna try and like clean their coffers. $2.7 billion is nothing to sneeze at. Just spent the past 10 minutes responding to you in Twitch chat. I see that. I had a video suggestion if you wanted to watch it. What's the video suggestion? What's up? Hi, Polly, want a cracker? Yeah. Okay, and to kind of wrap this up, here is the statement from Dominion Voting Systems talking about the settlement.
Counsel for Dominion Voting Systems. The truth matters. Lies have consequences. Over 2 years ago,
if lies really had consequences, you wouldn't allow someone to just pay you money to get off the hook for facing even larger consequences.
A torrent of lies swept Dominion and election officials across America into an alternative universe of conspiracy theories, causing grievous harm to Dominion and the country. Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability. Lies have consequences. The truth does not know red or blue. People across the political spectrum can and should disagree on issues, even of the most profound importance. But for our democracy to endure for another 250 years, and hopefully much longer, we must share a commitment to facts. Misinformation will not go away. It may only get worse. This litigation cannot solve all problems. All of us remain ever vigilant to find common factual ground. Today represents a ringing endorsement for truth and for democracy. And with that, I'd like to introduce the CEO of Dominion Voting Systems, John Polis.
Thank you. Fox and Dominion have reached an historic settlement. Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion that caused enormous damage to my company, our employees, and the customers that we serve. Nothing can ever make up for that. Throughout this
just gotta point out, like, I understand, by the way, why Dominion Voting Systems accepted this settlement. Okay? Like, Dominion Voting Systems made $17.5 million last year. They just settled for like 70 times their yearly revenue stream. Like, that's not profit, that's just revenue. Which, by the way, good revenue stream. But like, so much more money than they currently make. It's understandable why they would take this settlement.
This process, we have sought accountability and believe the evidence brought to light through this case underscores the consequences of spreading lies. Truthful reporting in the media is essential to our democracy. Dominion, our employees, our people, our partners are grateful to the court for allowing us the process for the truth to come out. I cannot thank the election officials that we serve enough. Without them, there is no democracy. And the work they tirelessly do to that end, and they deserve much better. We are grateful for all the support we have received, grateful to our legal team, and want to acknowledge Staple Street Capital.
Oh, it is a wild place here.
Who have been unconditional in their support of Dominion and our customers. I want to introduce Hutan Yagubzadeh, principal and founder of Staple Street Capital.
So can we just ask, should Rupert Murdoch apologise to you personally? Hi, I'm a co-founder of Staple Street Capital, which is the investment firm that owns Dominion Voting Systems in partnership with John Polis and the rest of the management team. It's not every day that an investment fund finds itself at the center of this type of dispute. For us, this case has always been about exposing the truth and holding those who knowingly spread lies accountable. We are proud to have played whatever part we could.
Yeah, with $780 million, I would just take $1 million of it and like not have to work ever again.
In helping Dominion achieve these important goals. I would also like to thank all the Dominion employees who have been through so much and stuck with the company through all this. We're all very proud of them. I also want to thank our attorneys at both Sussman Godfrey and Claire Locke for all their hard work. Without their efforts and resolve, the truth that has been exposed over the course of the last several months may have never seen the light of day. Thank you. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Stephen Shackelford.
Hi, Stephen Shackelford with Sussman Godfrey. I am so proud to be here today representing Dominion. It's a great day for the company, although a bittersweet day for the company. As I was preparing today to give the opening that I never got to give, I was reminded of the hell that the Dominion employees went through and continue to go through to this day. Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox. But we're not done yet. We've got some other people who have some accountability coming towards them, and I'm very proud of the team from Sussman Godfrey that has worked tirelessly for this case, and we'll move right on to the next one. Thank you.
Did you get any apology from
Anything else as part of this settlement? Is there anything else in this settlement besides money?
Davita Brooke, Sussman Godfrey. One last thank you, which is really to all of you for being with us on this journey. We appreciate what you've done to help us and to help expose what we were able to discover over the course of this process. And so thank you, and we'll see you at the next one.
Anything else in this settlement besides money?
Any retractions? Any retractions? Do you expect an apology from?
God damn. Well, very disappointing. I have very little doubt that Dominion voting systems would have lost that case. But also, I understand why they took the settlement, folks. Essentially, taking the settlement is a guaranteed amount of money, and they don't have to go through the process of expensive litigation that Fox News is fully equipped and capable of drawing out for as long as humanly possible. So I imagine that's why they took the settlement. Smartmatic, is I believe a far bigger company. And as a result, probably has more resources to throw to legal battle with Fox News to get an even larger sum of money. So we'll have to see how that progresses. But I'm just sad we don't get the content. You know, we don't get all the dirty laundry.
So all of a sudden,
oh god, okay. Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna start playing Dark Souls 2. And we are, chat, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for a full hour and a half of the world's smartest man? Of the modern day Tony Stark? Are you guys ready to have your brains blasted by genius incarnate? The man who revolutionized electric vehicles and online payment systems? Because guess what, folks? We about to go to the moon with Elon Musk. Talking about how the future is gonna be. You see, Elon Musk has some tantalizing ideas about how to make use of AI tech. But first, Lily Love Stuff. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lily Love Stuff. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday. Everybody in chat say happy birthday. Do it. Do it or you're mean. Also, just gonna throw this out there, folks. Today we are doing a relatively short stream. So, if you've been enjoying the stream so far, I would encourage you and implore you to support stream. Subs, bits, gifting subs, especially over on riverboat.gg, where your donos and your gifted subs go twice as far towards keeping me alive. Come on over to riverboat.gg. That's where the on-screen site is right here. and you can come on over to join a thriving community of Chads and Chadesses, okay? And you can be part of a bunch of cool folks. Additionally, please support me, otherwise I'll die, because this is my main source of income. And this show only made possible by contributions from viewers like you. So please make some donos. Or, you know, you can come on over and maybe your white name in chat will guilt other people into gifting you a sub. Is an NB a Chad? Is an NB Chad a Thad? Yes. Maybe Chad, Chadden, and Chadess. Maybe N is like the non-binary one. That would make sense. Chad can be a gender-neutral name. It's true, it can. I don't have a phone number to verify with. Okay, that would be a problem, yeah. You should get the PBS sound effect for the viewers like you. Well, maybe. But where's the fun in me doing that when instead I can get like progressively darker calls to action, like chat, please, I'm dying. I'm only 5 subs will save my life. Who can gift me 5 subs on riverboat.gg? I'm dying. It's like the movie Crank, except instead of keeping my adrenaline up, we have to have a consistent rate of subs. Help me, please. And you know, that could be fun too. God, I love Crank. Everyone loves Crank. Do. Boop, boop. Okay. No subs or bits. I get it. You guys haven't been thoroughly entertained enough over the last hour and a half. I will endeavor to make less engaging content from here on out. Here we go.
So all of a sudden AI is everywhere. People who weren't quite sure what it was are playing with it on their phones. Is that good or bad?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about AI for a long time, since I was in college, really. It was one of the things that, the sort of 4 or 5 things I thought would really affect the future dramatically. It is fundamentally profound in that the smartest creatures, as far as we know, on this earth are humans, is our defining characteristic.
Yes.
We are
Hey, one-hit wonder.
Weaker than, say, chimpanzees. And
or should I say, white name wonder?
Agile, but real smarter. So now what happens when something vastly smarter than the smartest person comes along in silicon form? It's very difficult to predict what will happen in that circumstance.
He's
it's
actually dumb.
It's, you know, it's a singularity like a black hole, because you don't know what happens after that.
We don't have intelligent AI.
So
we have advanced algorithms.
With,
That's what we
AI.
have.
And we should, I think there should be some government oversight, because it affects it's a danger to the public. And so when you have things that are a danger to the public, you know, like let's say, so food and drugs. That's why we have the Food and Drug Administration and the Federal Aviation Administration, the FCC.
We need the. You're right, Elon. We need the AI division
agencies to oversee things that affect the public, where there could be public harm. And you don't want companies cutting corners on safety, and then having people suffer as a result. So that's why I've actually for a long time been a strong advocate of AI regulation. So that I think regulation is, you know, it's not fun to be regulated. It's somewhat arduous to be regulated. I have a lot of experience with regulated industries because obviously automotive is highly regulated. You could fill this room with all the regulations that are required for a production car just in the United States, and then there's a whole different set of regulations in Europe and China and the rest of the world. So very familiar with being overseen by a lot of regulators. And the same thing is true with rockets. You can't just willy-nilly, shoot rockets off, not big ones anyway, because the FAA oversees that. And then even to get a launch license, there are probably half a dozen or more federal agencies that need to approve it, plus state agencies. So I've been through so many regulatory situations, it's insane. And sometimes people think I'm some sort of regulatory maverick that sort of defies regulators on a regular basis, but this is actually not the case. Once in a
Lily loves stuff.
blue
Thank you for
moon,
gifting
rarely
One
I
Hand
will
Wonder a
disagree with
sub.
regulators,
I
but the vast
appreciate
majority
it.
of the time, my companies agree with the regulations and comply. Anyway, so I think we should take this seriously, and we should have a regulatory agency. I think it needs to start with a group that initially seeks insight into AI, then solicits opinion from industry, and then has proposed rulemaking, and then those rules, will probably, hopefully, grudgingly be accepted by the major players in AI, and
I want this
think
guy
we'll
to
have a better
explain what
chance
an AI
of
is. I don't think he actually knows.
advanced AI being beneficial to humanity in that circumstance.
But all regulations start with a perceived danger.
Matt Walsh's
Planes fall
Twitter
in the
just
sky,
got hacked?
Food causes botulism.
Yes.
I don't think the average person playing with AI on his iPhone perceives any danger. Can you just roughly explain what you think the dangers might be?
Yeah, so the danger, really, AI is perhaps more dangerous than
Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I just realized I wasn't showing the game on screen. My bad. But yeah, no. Yeah, I would say yeah that he got hacked. He got hacked good. Ben Shapiro, you know what you did. You're a closeted homosexual and hide behind being Jewish. Joe Rogan is a pedophile. I ain't the gangsta, I'm a sassy shooter. Nice. I don't know if this is good, but it's better than what he usually tweets. So you know what? I'm gonna call that a net win.
say, mismanaged aircraft design or production maintenance or bad car production, in the sense that it has the potential, however small one may regard that probability, but it is non-trivial. It has the potential of civilizational destruction. There's movies like Terminator, but it wouldn't quite happen like Terminator, because the intelligence would be in the data centers.
Right.
The robot's just the end effector. But I think perhaps what you may be alluding to here is that
Tucker has asked one
really
question.
only put into effect after something terrible has happened.
That's correct.
If that's the case for AI, and we only put in regulations after something terrible has happened, it may be too late to actually put the regulations in place. The AI may be in control at that point.
You think that's real? It is conceivable that AI could take control and reach a point where you couldn't turn it off, and it would be making the decisions for people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, that's definitely the way things are headed.
You deserve to have these.
For sure. I mean,
Go on.
things like say ChatGPT, which is based on GPT-4 from OpenAI, which is a company that I played a critical role in creating, unfortunately.
Back when it was a nonprofit.
Yes. I mean, the reason OpenAI exists at all is that Larry Page and I used to be close friends, and I would stay at his house in Palo Alto, and I would talk to him late into the night about AI safety. And at least my perception was that Larry was not taking AI safety seriously enough. And
what did he say about it?
he really seemed to be one sort of digital superintelligence, basically digital God, if you will, as soon as possible.
He wanted that?
Yes. He's made many public statements over the years that the whole goal of Google is what's called AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, or Artificial Superintelligence. And I agree with him that there's great potential for good, but there's also potential for bad. And so if you've got some radical new technology, you want to try to take the set of actions that maximize the probability it will do good and minimize the probability it will do bad things.
Yes.
It can't just be hell for leather. Let's just go, barreling forward and, hope for the best. And then at one point, I said, well, what about, we're going to make sure humanity's okay here. And then he called me a speciesist.
Did he use that term?
Yes. And there were witnesses. I wasn't the only one there when he called me a speciesist. And so I was like, okay, that's it. Yes, I'm a speciesist. Okay. You got me. What are you? Yeah, I'm totally a speciesist. Busted. So that was the last straw. At the time, Google had acquired DeepMind, and so Google and DeepMind together had about 3/4 of all the AI talent in the world. They obviously had a tremendous amount of money and more computers than anyone else. So I'm like, okay, we have a unipolar world here, where there's just one company that has
Tucker Carlson has now
close to
been hacked?
monopoly on AI talent and computers, like
Someone
scale
out there
computing.
doing
And
good work, I
the person
see.
who's in charge doesn't seem to care about safety. This is not good. So then I thought, what's the furthest thing from Google would be like a non-profit that is fully open, because Google was closed for profit. So that's why the open in OpenAI refers to open source, transparency, so people know what's going on.
Yes.
And that we don't want to have like while I'm normally in favor of for-profit, we don't want this to be sort of a profit-maximizing demon from hell.
That's right.
That just never stops.
Right.
So that's how OpenAI was.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
You want specious incentives here. Incentives that.
Yes, I think we want pro-human.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Elon Musk, billionaire capitalist, would be real upset about infinite profits. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay.
Let's make the future good for the humans.
Yes.
Yes, because we're humans.
So can you just put it, I keep pressing you, but just for people who haven't thought this through and aren't familiar with it, and the cool parts of artificial intelligence are so obvious, write your college paper for you, write a limerick about yourself.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot there that's fun and useful. But can you be more precise about what's potentially dangerous and scary? Like, what could it do? What specifically are you worried about?
Going with old sayings, the pen is mightier than the sword. So if you have a super
penis mightier than the
AI
sword,
that is
indeed,
capable of writing incredibly well and in a way that is very influential, convincing, and is constantly figuring out what is more convincing to people over time, and then enters social media, for example, Twitter, but also Facebook and others, and potentially manipulates public opinion in a way that is very bad. How would we even know? What's happening is they're training the AI to lie.
Yes.
It's bad.
To lie. That's
lie.
exactly right. And to
Yes.
withhold information.
To lie and yes, and yeah, exactly. To either comment on some things, not comment on other things, but not to say what the data actually demands that it say.
Exactly.
Exactly.
How did
Exactly.
it get this way? I thought you funded it at the beginning. What happened?
Yeah, well, that would be ironic. But the most ironic outcome is the most likely, it seems.
That's good.
You're
That's
so
actually a friend
funny.
of mine, Donna, came up with that one. I actually have a slight variant on that, which is the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. But that's entertaining as viewed from a third-party viewer. Right. Like, so if we're like an alien TV show.
Tucker Carlson has one of the most fake laughs I've ever heard in my life. He pulls it out every time he interviews one of these absolute ghouls.
Yes.
Like you could go see a movie about World War I and they're being blown to bits and gassed and everything in the trenches, and it's like you're eating popcorn and having a soda, you know, it's fine. Not so great for the people in the movie.
True.
This sort of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is most likely. Jonah's variant, which is irony, and then my variant, which is the most entertaining as seen by a third-party audience, which seems to be mostly true.
But it seems true in this case. So you gave them, did you give them a lot?
I came up with the name and the concept and pushed, had a number of dinners around the Bay Area with...
I do have to say, I think that one of the worst things that we have done, one of the worst things we have ever done as a species is introduce Da Vinci brains to the concept of Occam's razor, okay? Like, the introduction of Occam's razor has made so many dumb fucks think that they are smart and ultimately brought ruin upon society. You know, like, well, ultimately, the simplest solution is the right one. No, it's not, actually. Sometimes solutions are incredibly complicated. Sometimes explanations are really complicated. And the reality is that Occam's razor is meant to be all things being equal between two distinct possibilities. Not just, well, the simplest one is the easiest. God damn it. God damn it. It's horrible. We live in hell world. Anyway.
You know, with some of the people, the leading figures in AI, and I helped recruit the initial team. In fact, Ilya Sutskever, who was really quite fundamental to the success of OpenAI, I put a tremendous amount of effort into recruiting Ilya, and he changed his mind a few times and ultimately decided to go with OpenAI. But if he had not gone with OpenAI would not have succeeded. I really put a lot of effort into creating this organization to serve as a counterweight to Google. And then I kind of took my eye off the ball, I guess, and they are now closed source. And
I taste batteries. Does that mean words?
They are obviously for profit.
That sounds bad.
Closely allied
Have you
with
brushed
Microsoft.
your teeth and see if you still
in
taste
effect,
batteries?
Microsoft has a very strong say, if not directly controls OpenAI at this point. So you really have an OpenAI Microsoft situation, and then Google DeepMind are the two sort of heavyweights in this
just
arena.
listening to this guy talk? Yes.
So it seems like the world needs a third option.
Yes. So I think I will create a third option, although starting very late in the game, of course.
Can it be done?
I don't know. I think we'll see. It's definitely starting late, but I'll try to create a third option, and that third option
try.
hopefully does more good than harm. Like the intention with OpenAI was.
Hey, Metal Kitty Mom, how you
to do
doing?
good, but it's not clear whether it's actually doing good or whether it's. I can't tell at this point, except that I'm worried about the fact that it's being trained to be politically correct.
Also, chat, if anyone wants to be a homie and gift Dithron a sub, that'd be really lovely of you. Also, if anyone in chat wants to be a homie and support Riverboat Jack, that would also be lovely, because today's been kind of a slow day. Anyway, I love all of you.
Which is simply another way of being untruthful.
Which is why I'm exposing you to this hate crime.
So that's a bad sign. There's certainly a path to AI dystopia is to train AI to be deceptive. So
You
yeah,
made
I'm
edibles for
gonna
your
start something
mom.
Which I know you could call Truth
Aw.
GBT or.
Wait, are you and your mom gonna get high together? That's adorable.
That tries to understand the nature of the universe, and I think this might be the best path to safety in the sense that an AI that cares about understanding the universe. It is unlikely to annihilate humans because we are an interesting part of the universe. Hopefully.
Come on, you asshole.
I don't think that. I think because like humanity could decide to hunt down all the chimpanzees and kill them, but we
Yes.
don't, because
Right.
we're
What?
actually glad that they exist.
Yes.
And we
What
aspire
the
to
what
protect
the
their
fuck,
habitats.
dude?
But we feel that way because we have souls, and that makes us sentimental and reflective. It gives us a moral sense.
We don't kill
Longings.
chimpanzees because we
Can a
have
machine never have
souls?
those things? Can a machine be sentimental? Can it appreciate beauty?
What?
Well,
How
we're
am I
getting
getting
into
dumber?
some, philosophical areas that are hard to resolve. I take somewhat of a scientific view of things, which is that we might have a soul or we might not have a soul. I don't know. It feels like I feel like I've got some sort of consciousness that exists on a plane that is not
I
the
did it.
one we observe.
Yes.
First try, baby.
How I feel, but it could be an illusion. I don't know. But for AI, in terms of understanding beauty, there's a difference from appreciating beauty and being able to create incredibly beautiful art.
Yes.
Will AI be able to create incredibly beautiful art? It
Oh,
already
yeah.
does.
Yes, I know.
If you see some of the Midjourney,
I have.
this stuff, it's incredible.
It is.
No question that it can create art that we perceive as stunning, really. It's doing sort of still images now, but it won't be long before it's doing movies and shorts and movies, just a series of frames with audio.
But at that point, because it can mimic people and voices, any image, it can mimic reality.
Yep, movies are just images with audio. Yep. That's right. Nothing else in a movie. Yep. That 100%. Only thing, you got moving pictures, you got sound, that you got a movie. Bada bing, bada boom, you made a movie. Good job, everybody. God damn it. Oh, I accidentally skipped the cutscene. Damn it. Did anyone? I love KOTOR 2. I want to try and play through it again with the remade the remake patch, the one that actually restores all the cut content.
Reality itself so effectively.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you have a criminal trial? I mean, how could you ever believe that evidence was authentic, for example? And I don't mean like in 30 years, I mean like next year. I mean, that seems totally disruptive to to all of our institutions.
But I'm not so worried. I think it's more like will humanity control its destiny or not? Will we have a future that is better than the past or not?
No one controls
But
destiny.
Twitter famously
I've
got a lot
seen
of other
his debates.
businesses and a lot going on.
Yes.
You said you bought it because you believe in speech, free speech. You've had a lot of hassle since you bought it. In retrospect, was it worth buying it?
I mean, it remains to be seen as to whether this was.
Okay, guys, here's the reality. Okay, I'm about to lay a truth on you guys. Donald Trump is the poor man's version of wealth. Elon Musk is the dumb person's version of like genius. Okay, like he is what dumb people imagine a genius is. But he's dumb as shit.
Financially smart. Currently, it is not. We just revalued the company at less than half of the acquisition price.
Did you really?
Yes.
Tucker
my
couldn't
timing was
even
terrible
couldn't even help
when
laughing
the,
at that.
Offer was made because it was right before advertising plummeted and
you cut the high water mark, I noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, Lily
Yeah.
Love
So
Stuff.
must
Thank
be
you
a
for
real
giving
genius,
Distron
yeah.
a sub.
My
I appreciate
timing
that
is
a lot.
amazing. Since I've bought it for at least twice as much as it should have been bought for. But some things are priceless, and So whether I lose money or not, that is a secondary issue compared to ensuring the strength of democracy, and free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy.
Yes.
And the speech needs to be as transparent and truthful as possible. So we've got a huge push on Twitter to be as truthful as possible. We've got this community notes feature, which is great.
Oh no,
it is
I'm
great.
sorry.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's like
I saw it this morning.
Okay,
Yeah.
It was
we
far
good.
more honest
We
than
good
the New
though.
York Times.
It's great.
Yeah.
We put a lot of effort to ensuring that community notes does not get gamed
One
or,
hand
or
wonder,
have biases.
maybe, but not
it
right
simply cares about what is the most accurate thing. And sometimes truth can be a little bit elusive, but you can still aspire to get closer to it.
Yes.
Yes.
And so. And I think the effect of community notes is more powerful than people may realize, because once people know that they could get noted, community noted on Twitter, then they'll think more carefully about what they say. There are likely basically it's an encouragement to be more truthful and less deceptive.
When you jumped into this, though, when you bought it, did you understand? Well, clearly you understood its importance. You wouldn't have bought it.
Twitter, yes.
Right. But it's not the biggest, but it's the most important of the social media companies. But did you understand the kind of ferocity you'd be facing, the attacks you'd be facing from power centers in the country?
I thought there'd probably be some negative reactions, yes. So I'm sure everyone would not be pleased with it. But at the end of the day, if the public is happy with it, that's what matters. And the public will speak with their actions. If they find Twitter to be useful, they will use it more. And if they find it to be not useful, they will use it less. If they find it to be the best source of truth, I think they will use it more. Now there's obviously a lot of organizations that are used to having sort of unfettered influence on Twitter that no longer have that.
Well, you stripped the New York Times of their badge this morning, and then you called them diarrhea. You called them. You did. I'm just quoting you. You described their Twitter feed as diarrhea.
I said it was the Twitter equivalent of diarrhea.
Okay, it's not literally diarrhea, but
no, it's it's a metaphor, but an accurate one. So if you look at NY Times,
what fun
feed
we're
is,
having!
Unreadable. It's like because what they do is they tweet every single article, even the ones that are boring, even ones that don't make it into the paper. So it's just nonstop, is a zillion tweets a day with no. They really should just be saying, like, what are the top tweets?
Yes.
What are the big stories of the day? I don't know. Put out like 10 or something. So some number that's manageable. As opposed to right now, if you were to follow NY Times on Twitter, you're going to get barraged with like hundreds of tweets a day.
Yeah.
And your whole feed will be filled with NY Times. So. This is something I would recommend actually for all publications, which is for your primary feed, only put out your best stuff. I think I know a thing or two about how to use Twitter because I was the most interacted with account on the whole system before the acquisition. Before the acquisition closed, I didn't have the most number of followers, but I had the most number of interactions, and so I clearly know something about how to use Twitter. People's attention is limited, so just make sure you put the stuff that's most important there.
So because, you and people like you do interact on Twitter, it's obviously enormously powerful in shaping public opinion. It's where a lot of ideas and trends are incubated.
Yeah.
That's why you
Absolutely.
bought it. It's also a magnet for intel agencies from around the world. And one of the things we learned after we started opening the books is that they were exerting influence from within Twitter.
I mean, it was absurd.
Did you know that going in?
No. Since I've been a heavy Twitter user since 2009, it's sort of like I'm in the matrix. I mean, I can see like do things feel right? Do they not feel right? What tweets am I being shown as recommended? I get a feel like what accounts are making comments. Where are the comments eerily similar?
Yeah.
And then you look at the account, and it's just obviously a fake photo, and it's just obviously a bot cluster.
Someone will tweet at me, and it's a picture of like me with my head superimposed on on just like an adult actress, and she's being reamed from behind with an image of what looks like my Twitter investors, and I just, what does it mean? Obviously a bot account. Obviously, indeed.
Over and over again. So I started to get like just more and more uneasy about the Twitter situation. I was starting to feel like something's wrong in the state of Denmark here. There's something feels wrong about the platform. It seemed to be just drifting in a. I couldn't place it exactly. Just it felt like it was drifting in a bad direction. So then I was like, and my conversations with the board and management seemed to confirm my intuition about that. But basically, I was convinced these guys do not care about fixing Twitter, and I had a bad feeling about where I was headed based on the conversations I had with them. So then I was like, you know what, I'll try acquiring it and see if acquiring it is possible. Now, I didn't have enough cash to acquire it, so I would need support from others, from some of the existing investors. I would also need like a lot of debt, and so it wasn't clear to me whether an acquisition would succeed, but I thought I would try it. And ultimately, it did succeed. Anyway, here we are.
But when you got there, and all of a sudden you own it, and all the data on the servers belongs to you. And
well, it belongs to the people, in my view, but yes.
But you can see what it is, and you can
but you own it. You bought it.
See who's been working there. You were shocked to find out that various intel agencies were.
Look, Chad, no, he bought it because he's a very good boy.
The degree to which various government agencies had effectively had full access to everything that was going on Twitter blew my mind.
He bought it because he's a good boy, Chad.
Would that
you don't
include
understand.
People's DMs?
Yes. Yes, because the DMs are not encrypted. So one of the things that we're about to release is the ability to encrypt your DMs.
That's pretty heavy duty, though, because a lot of well-known people, reporters talking to their sources, government officials, the richest people in the world, they're DMing each other. And the assumption, obviously, it was incorrect, but was that that's private, but that was being read by various governments?
Yeah, that seems to be, yes.
It's scary.
Yes, it is. Like I said, we're moving to have the DMs be optionally encrypted. I mean, there's like a lot of DM conversations which are, just chatting with friends. It's not important.
Of course.
That's hopefully coming out later this month. But
hello, Raiders. Hello. How we all doing? Welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack, and I am a socialist trans lady. I talk about the news and politics. And we're covering a couple of recent Elon Musk interviews because I feel like it's of utmost importance to really hammer home that this guy is truly one of the dumbest people operating in our world today with complete impunity because he happens to have a lot of money. Yeah, I don't know who thinks DMs on Twitter would be encrypted. I don't look, all I'm saying, I said this a little bit earlier, I'll say it again for the benefit of you Raiders, but essentially Elon Musk, much like how Trump is the working man's image of what a rich person is, Elon Musk is the dumb person's image of what a genius is. Okay? He's a very dumb man. He misuses terms like Occam's razor. He, doesn't understand foundational elements of, things he's supposed to be good at, like what AI is. He's been talking about, this interview is about, AI and, the future of, tech, and it's just nonsense from Elon Musk. Complete with just re-envisioning what the entirety of, the narrative was around him buying Twitter in the first place. Elon doesn't know what a stack in a technical sense is. Yeah, he doesn't know basics! He's just a guy who inherited an emerald slave mine in South Africa, and then was able to invest early in a thing called PayPal. and ever since has just had too much money. It's honestly a curse. Anyway, if you guys would like to stick around, get cozy, I'm playing Dark Souls 2, and we're covering these interviews. And if you guys have any questions about trans stuff, if you guys got questions about socialism, what democratic ownership of the means of production could look like in our society, feel free to ask, because I love answering those questions. In Zambia. Sorry, I thought it was in South Africa. My bad. Anyway, hello, hi. Hit the follow button, come on in, and if you want to be in the on-screen chat, come on over to riverboat.gg. That is the website that runs my ability to live. And for anyone who would like to support the channel, you can donate subs over on riverboat.gg by clicking subscribe, and then there will be some options for either subscribing yourself or getting others subbed. And I would very much appreciate any of the financial support you can send my way, because this program brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. All right, here we go.
No later than next month is the ability to toggle encryption on or off. So if you are in a conversation you think is sensitive, you can just toggle encryption on, and then no one at Twitter can see what you're talking about. They could put a gun to my head, and I couldn't tell. I couldn't. That's sort of the gun to the head test. If someone puts a gun to my head, and can I still not see your DMs? That's the acid test.
Yes.
And that's how it should be if you want your.
Have you had complaints from various governments about doing this?
I haven't had direct complaints to me. I've had sort of like some indirect complaints. I think people are a little concerned about complaining to me directly in case I tweet about it. You know.
Aha!
They're like, uh-oh. So they're sort of trying to be more roundabout
Tucker
than that.
Carlson's fake laugh is one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
If I got something that was unconstitutional from the U.S. government, I would say, my reply would be to send them a copy of the First Amendment and just say, like, what part of this are we getting wrong?
You have a lot of government contracts.
What part of this are we getting wrong? Please tell me.
I mean, it's a pretty. No, I'm just saying, but you're kind of exposed in your other businesses. So this is just in case our viewers aren't following this. This is not. You're not just like a journalist taking a stand on behalf of the First Amendment. You're a guy with big government contracts.
He's a businessman.
Giving a finger to the government.
He's
Do you
trying
think,
to make money.
Twitter will be as central
No,
to
Catalina
this
Gearbox, thank you for the
presidential
5
campaign
gifted
as it was in
subs.
the
That
last
makes a
several?
huge difference.
I
Thank
think
you
it will
so
play
much.
a significant role in elections, not just domestically, but internationally. The goal of New Twitter is to be as fair and even-handed as possible, so not favoring any political ideology.
Thank you.
But just
Tucker's every laugh is horrible. True.
yeah, being fair at all.
Why doesn't Facebook do this? I know that Zuckerberg has said, and I take him at face value, that he. I do actually in this way. That he is a kind of old-fashioned liberal who doesn't like to censor. He has, but like, why wouldn't a company like that take the stand that you have taken, which is pretty rooted in American traditional political custom, for free speech?
My understanding is that Zuckerberg spent $400 million in the last election, nominally in a get-out-the-vote campaign, but really fundamentally in support of Democrats. Is that accurate or not accurate?
That is accurate. Yes.
Does that sound unbiased to you?
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
So you don't see hope that Facebook will approach this as a non-aligned arbiter? You've allowed Donald Trump back on Twitter. He hasn't taken you up on your offer because he's got his own thing.
Right.
Do you think he will go back on Twitter?
God damn it.
Well, that's obviously up to him. My job is to, I take the freedom of speech just very seriously. So it's I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I actually voted for Biden. Not saying I'm a huge fan of Biden, because I think that would probably be inaccurate. But we have difficult choices to make in these presidential elections. It's not. I would prefer, frankly, that we put someone, just a normal person, as president, a normal person with common sense, and whose values are smack in the middle of the country, just center of the normal distribution, and I think that they would be great.
Elon's riding with Biden.
Maybe being
Hell
president, not that much fun, to be totally frank.
Look, chat, the only way that either of them are able to smile through this interview is by touching each other sensually under the table, okay? Like, don't shame. Don't shame. It's the only way either of them are getting through this. How do I get to your new site? You can type !site in chat, and that will get you a link that goes right there. Or you can type in your URL, your address bar, riverboat.gg. That'll also get you there. Hiccups.
A shrinking pie, obviously, for most of the traditional media companies, and made them more desperate to get clicks, to get attention, and it's made them when they're in sort of a desperate state, they will then tend to really push headlines that get the most clicks, whether those headlines are accurate or not. So it's resulted, in my view, I think most people would agree, a less truthful, less accurate news. Because they just got to get a rise out of people, and I think it's also increased the negativity of the news because
hey, descriptivist.
I think we humans instinctually respond more to negative. I think we have an instinctual negative bias.
Good to have the Dragon
which
Squad
kind of
here.
makes sense in that, like, if like, let's say, like, it's more important to remember where was the lion or where was the tribe that wants to kill my tribe than where is the bush with berries.
Yes.
Like, one's like a permanent negative outcome, and the other is like, well, I might go hungry. So, meaning like there's an asymmetry in, sort of involved asymmetry in negative versus positive stuff.
That was so difficult.
And also historically, the negative stuff would have been quite proximate.
Oh!
Like, it would have been near.
Damn it!
Represented a real
Okay,
danger
it's fine.
to you
We
as
got
a
the main
person,
thing done.
If you heard negative news, because historically, like a few hundred years ago, we're not hearing about what negative things are happening on the other side of the world, or on the other side of the country. We're hearing about negative things in our village, things that could actually have a bad effect on you. Whereas now we're hearing about. I mean, the news very
Question:
often
Does my
seems to
username
attempt
offend
to
you,
answer
or
the
the fact
question,
that
what
I'm
is the
playing
worst
Legacy
thing that
right
happened
now?
on Earth today?
Not really, no.
And you wonder why you're sad after reading that,
Do you read any legacy media outlets?
I mean, I really get most of my news from Twitter at this point. It is the #1 news source, I think, in the world at this point.
What percentage of your staff did you fire at Twitter? One of the great business stories of the year.
I think we're about 20% of the original size.
So 80% left.
Yes.
So.
I mean, a lot of people voluntarily.
Sure. But it's 80% are gone from the day you took over.
That's correct. Yes.
So how do you run the company with only 20% of the staff?
It turns out you don't need that many people to run Twitter.
But 80%? That's a lot.
Yes. I mean, if you're not trying to run some sort of
God damn! Even Tucker Carlson is
glorified
managing to
activist
roast this guy in the friendliest interview I've ever seen in my life.
Care that much about censorship, then you can really let go of a lot of people. Turns out.
How many others, without naming names, but how many? I had dinner with somebody who runs a big company recently who said, I'm really inspired by Elon. And I said, the free speech stuff? He goes, no, the firing the staff stuff. Yeah. How many other CEOs have come to you to talk about this?
I spend a lot of time at work, so it's not like I'm meeting with lots of people. They see what actions I've taken, but I think we just had a situation at Twitter where it was absurdly overstaffed. So it wasn't like.
We had to cut the costs because it was expensive. It turns out. Not the moneymaker I thought.
A group text service at scale. Like, how many people are really needed for that, you know? And if you look at you say like, what has been the product development over time with Twitter? And you're like, so like, you know, years versus product improvements, and it's like a pretty flat line. So what are they doing? You know, it took a year to add an edit button that doesn't work most of the time. I mean, I feel like there's a comedy situation here, you know. You're not making cars, you know. It's very difficult to make cars, or get rockets to orbit. So, you know, the real question is like, how did it get so absurdly overstaffed? This is insane. So, anyway, and it's clearly working. In fact, I think it's working better than ever. We've increased the responsiveness of the system by, in some cases, over 80%. We're trying to make Twitter the most trusted place on the internet, the least untrustworthy place on the internet. I don't think anyone should trust the internet, but maybe we can make Twitter the least untrustworthy. Like I said, try to get the truth to the people as best we can.
God, this guy is so far up his own ass.
Where are the aliens? And I think if anyone would know about aliens on Earth, it would probably be me.
I would think.
Yeah, I'm like, you know, very familiar with space stuff.
If anyone on Earth would be familiar with aliens, it would be me. I'm very familiar with space stuff. Excuse me while I smell my own finely distilled fart aromas. Yes. Yes! God damn it. Elon Musk is like what would happen if you took like like a 17th century aristocratic dandy and like put him in modern times and told him he had to try and act like he was smart. Ah, yes, I know so much about the human body. Did you know that there are at least 5 humors in the human body that control all aspects of your physiognomy? For the suggestion that I asked the mods. Oh, well, thanks, Chris Huggy. Appreciate it. Also, no ads over on riverboat.gg, so just heads up on that one. Okay. Next up, we have this interview that he did with the BBC for some godforsaken reason. Look, one of the first things people need to know about interviewing, or if you're going to go and be interviewed by people, you need to know that the American media is so much weaker on people than the British media. Okay? And I feel like this interview, from what I've heard, is basically just like a British interviewer trying to softball and still managing to come across like he's hardballing Elon Musk.
Why did you agree to do this interview with the BBC?
I don't know. I like spontaneity, and I don't know. There's a lot going on. It seems like I actually
I don't know.
Do have a lot of respect for the BBC. Although sometimes I forget what the BBC stands for, you know. But what is it? Just kidding.
You know what it stands for.
Yes, I do. So there's a lot going on. So I thought this might be a good opportunity to answer some questions and you know, I guess maybe get some feedback too. What should we be doing different? I know the BBC, for example, is not thrilled about being labelled state-affiliated media.
No, Lily loves stuff.
I was going to get to that later, but let's go for it now. It's officially objected to that term. Do you want to respond to it?
Yeah. So I mean, our goal is simply to have, to be as truthful and accurate as possible. So I think we're adjusting the label to be publicly funded, which I think is perhaps not too objectionable. We're trying to be accurate.
I'm not the BBC, but publicly funded is how the BBC describes it.
Okay, so that would be accurate.
Itself.
If we use the same words that the BBC uses to describe itself,
Right.
that presumably would be okay. I'm not asking you for a yes or no since you're not running the BBC per se. But it's probably it seems to pass a reasonable
So you're
test.
going to change those labels on the BBC Twitter feed and also NPRs as well?
Yeah.
Right.
Publicly funded. Good. Basically, that's we're trying to be as accurate as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fine. First of all, I just want to clear something up. Are you sleeping in the office? Here?
I sometimes sleep in the office.
Like?
In the library.
5 days a week?
No.
3 days a week?
I'm not here 5 days a week. But there's a library that nobody goes to on the 7th floor, and there's a couch there, and I sleep there sometimes.
Okay. In terms of the general overview, the reason why I think you've agreed to do this is because you wanted to talk about the first 6 months as chief executive owner of Twitter.
Yeah, it's kind of like whatever you want to talk about, you know?
Right. So, how do you think it's gone?
Well, it's not been boring. It's been quite a roller coaster. I mean, things are going, I think, reasonably well. I mean, we've seen some all-time highs in terms of total user time. So we passed 8 billion user minutes per day, which is a lot of user minutes. So usage is up. Growth is good. The site works mostly. We have a few glitches here and there, but the site is working fairly well. And we're doing it with a small fraction of the original, headcount. So,
I mean, you mentioned outages there. There have been several. Yeah. And we've actually spoken to an engineer who works at Twitter, and they said that the plumbing is broken here and it's on fire, and there could be problems at any minute. Do you accept that?
I mean, there have been a few outages, but not for very long, and it's currently working fine.
So you don't. It doesn't keep you up at night that Twitter might go offline again.
At this point, I think we've got a pretty good handle on what makes Twitter work. And we're also doing it with 2 data centers instead of 3. So we used to have 3 data centers. We shut down one of them. So we were actually roughly two-thirds of prior compute capability. But we've made so many improvements to the core algorithm. In some cases, we improved the core algorithm by 80%. So the actual CPU usage or computer usage is dramatically less.
Is that Elon? Yeah, this is Elon.
But the results speak for themselves. The system, despite being at all-time highs of usage, is fast. It's responsive. It's more responsive than it was before the takeover. And we've also added long-form tweets. We've added, you can now post videos up to 2 hours, and soon videos of any length. We're rolling out our subscriber programs so people can. Content creators can actually make a living on Twitter by having some of their content behind a paywall. We open source the algorithm, so there's transparency about what tweets get shown, what content gets shown.
So many people are going to be rolling in the money from being subscribed
what are you really
to
going to trust? Are you going to trust
on Twitter
some sort of black box algorithm from some other site, or are you going to trust the thing that you can actually see and understand?
But do you accept that there are lots of engineers that are looking at the way that Twitter is built and the lack of engineers, because so many have left, and are worried about the health of Twitter?
Well, I mean, there've been many of these people have predicted that Twitter will cease to function. Their predictions have not turned out to be true. Insert Mark Twain. Saying, rumors about death are greatly exaggerated.
Let's go back 6 months.
I mean, we're literally on Twitter right now.
Right.
So it must work.
Let's go back 6 months and even further back than that. when you put that initial bid in, you then had a wobble. You kind of said, I actually don't want to buy Twitter anymore.
I mean, it really is quite entertaining. I mean, it's like soap opera because when I first made the offer, the response was the board adopted a poison pill. So they were like, hell no, you can't buy Twitter. We'd rather die. We'd like chew on cyanide before being bought. That was their initial response.
And then, you said...
Oh my God, his laugh is terrible.
Yes, and then they said, no, you must buy us. Gun to the head, you have to buy it. I'm like, are you the same people who said you'd rather die than be bored? Doesn't that seem odd?
So, I guess my question to you is, in terms of, you said that the reason was because of bots, because Twitter was filled with bots.
Well,
looking back at it now, was there a little bit of you that thought, actually maybe I've overpaid, actually maybe I don't want to do this, I want to get out of this? Be honest.
Yeah, no. The problem was that the publicly stated user numbers were in excess of the real user numbers.
I've heard you talk about that.
Yes,
you
yes.
Talk about that.
Yes.
Basically, looking back at it now, was that the only reason that you wanted to pull out?
Yes. That was literally the issue. It's like let's say you buy a warehouse full of goods, and you're told that less than 5% of the goods in the warehouse are broken. You know. But then you actually get the warehouse. You look into the warehouse, and it turns out actually 25% of the things are broken. You'd be like, huh, that's not what you said.
So then you changed your mind again and decided to buy it. Did you do that? Did you do that?
I kind of had to.
Right. Did you do that because you thought that a court would make you do that?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that is the reason.
Right. So you were still trying to get out of it, and then you just were advised by lawyers, look,
Yes.
Interesting. So you.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually want to purchase it, even when you said you were going.
Well, not at that price.
You were going to, really.
No, I mean, like let's say, I think the analogy is pretty close. Like, let's say, you know, it's like there's a warehouse full of goods. They say the warehouse, less than 5% of what's in the warehouse is broken. And then you walk into the warehouse and say, actually, it's 25%. So you might still want to buy what's in that warehouse, but probably at a lower price. Not buying the stuff that's broken.
So you didn't have an epiphany. You just thought, I'm gonna have to buy this. I might as well buy the bullet.
Yeah.
So then you walk
It's not super complicated.
Right. I'm not sure you've said that before.
Oh, fair enough.
So then you came into Twitter.
Cue a whole bunch of court cases. You said this in the BBC interview, etc.
So you then came into Twitter with a sync. What were your first impressions?
Well, I thought, wow, this is a really nice office building. And
expensive.
Yes, a very expensive office building. Great decor. It's a lovely place. I mean, and definitely spending money like it's going out of fashion, which it isn't quite going out of fashion yet. So, no, I mean, the gravity of the situation is perhaps not well understood. At the point at which the company, the transaction closed, Twitter was tracking to lose over $3 billion a year. And had $1 billion in the bank. So that's 4 months to death. So this is your starting position. How would you feel? Pretty intense, you know.
You also had to borrow quite a lot of money and pay interest on that too.
Well, that's part of why it was the $3 billion run rate. So, in rough numbers, a normal year, Twitter would do, let's say, $4.5 billion in revenue, $4.5 billion in cost. I mean, it was really kind of like a non-profit. They'd run it at roughly break even. Now,
it was a non-profit, yo,
saving
dude.
money from bankruptcy. It's breaking even.
But then the issue is that if you then add $1.5 billion in debt servicing, and have a massive drop in revenue, which we did, which was partly cyclic and partly, political concerns and whatever. So revenue, call it dropped by over a third. It's not, and this is not just Twitter. Facebook.
Oh
and
no,
Google
10-letter name.
Significant advertising revenue declines. It's been a little higher at Twitter, but most of the advertisers are coming back. So I think we'll be back where there's a cyclic demand drop, which is still pretty significant. But in rough numbers, revenue dropped from $4.5 billion to $3 billion, and expenses went from $4.5 billion to $6 billion, creating a $3 billion negative cash flow situation, and Twitter having $1 billion in the bank. That's 4 months to live. So unless drastic action was taken immediately, this company's going to die and be owned by the banks.
Let's talk about that drastic action, because almost immediately you sacked a lot of Twitter workers.
Yeah.
And I spoke to them. It was very easy to speak to them when it happened. And the way they said, pretty much everyone said, is that it felt quite haphazard.
It was.
And it felt a little bit unfair.
It was.
Oh
my God, dude.
The issue is like...
This guy's such a
the company's
ghoul.
going to go bankrupt. Or if we do not cut costs immediately, this is not a uncaring situation. It's like if the whole ship sinks, then nobody's got a job.
Right.
Yeah.
But a lot of people just lost their jobs like that. And they weren't. They didn't even know they'd lost their jobs often. They just were just
so let me
frozen out
ask
of
you,
their accounts.
what would you do?
Well, you might want to give someone some notice. I mean, you might. By the way, I'm not running Twitter, but
I know. But
this is the criticism, and this is what staff members say. A little bit of notice,
No, I understand. You have 4 months to live.
What?
120 days. In 120 days, you're dead. So what do you want to do?
How much are you worth?
I don't know.
But I mean, we're talking about
what?
Around the $200 billion mark. I mean, it's not quite. You're framing it in a way that that it had a few
You have
months
4
to
months to
Quite a
live.
rich man.
Is that a threat?
I sold a lot of Tesla stock to close this deal. I did not want to sell the Tesla stock.
Okay. Do you have any regrets on the way that some of the staff were let go?
I mean, people were given 3 months of severance, some cases more. So, but like I said, the companies need to run on their own cognizance, and it's not so easy for me to sell stock as people might think. I have to sell stock during certain periods.
Oh my God!
I can't sell stock during other periods.
Well, you can. You
there
just might
are only
lose
brief
money.
windows where I can sell Tesla stock, and then this is often taken as some lack of faith in Tesla. And in fact, the Tesla stock sales caused the Tesla stock to plummet, which is not good.
Do you think those two were connected?
Well, the people couldn't parse the difference between I'm selling Tesla stock because I've lost faith in Tesla, which I haven't, or that it's desperately needed for Twitter.
Okay, and then after that, after you let go of a lot of staff, obviously Twitter became slimmed down a lot, and then you started making some more policy decisions. One of those policy decisions was to bring Donald Trump back. He hasn't actually tweeted yet.
Right.
Do you expect him to come back at any point? Like, have you spoken to him?
I haven't spoken to him. I don't know. He may or may not come back. But the point is that Twitter should be a town square that gives equal voice to the whole country and ideally the whole world. It should not be a partisan politics, and the more of a partisan politics that are very far left of the spectrum. San Francisco, Berkeley politics normally is quite niche, but if Twitter effectively acted as a megaphone for very niche regional politics and megaphone that to the world. So, in order for something to serve as a digital town square, it must serve all people from all political persuasions, provided it's legal. Close to half the country voted for Trump. I wasn't one of them. I voted for Biden. But nonetheless, free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. And if at the point at which you lose free speech, it doesn't come back.
I think the issue some people have is that a lot of people were brought back. I mean, some people were brought back who were previously banned for spreading things like QAnon conspiracies. You have people like Andrew Tate who were brought back, who were previously banned for things like hate speech. Do you think you prioritize freedom of speech over misinformation and hate speech?
Well, you know, who's to say that something is misinformation? Who's the arbiter of that? Is it the BBC?
You're literally asking me.
Yeah.
You
Who is the arbiter?
You are the arbiter on Twitter because you own Twitter.
Yes, I'm saying who is to say that one person's misinformation is another person's information?
What?
The point at which you say that there is this is misinformation. Like, who is going to decide that?
But you accept that misinformation can be dangerous, that it can cause real-world harms, that it can potentially cause.
Yes, so the point I'm trying to make is that the BBC itself has, at times, published things that are false.
Well, you can't believe it's happening because it's such a self-own.
Do you agree that that has occurred?
I'm quite sure the BBC have said things before that turn out to not be true.
Correct.
In its, whatever it is, 100-year history, I'm quite sure.
Yes. Even if you aspire to be accurate, there are times when you will not be.
Right,
but I think in the grand scheme of things, the BBC does aspire to be accurate.
But you accept there has to be a line in terms of hate speech. I mean, you're not looking at total 100% unrestricted speech.
Well, I mean, I generally am of the opinion that if the people of a given country are against a certain type of speech, they should talk to their elected representatives and pass a law to prevent it. So, for example, you cannot advocate murdering someone. That's illegal in the United States, everywhere really, I suspect. So there are limits to speech.
I mean, I guess taking your argument to a logical conclusion then, do you accept that there's more misinformation on the platform if it's not being policed in the same way?
I actually think there's less these days because we've eliminated so many of the bots which were pushing scams and spam. And previous management turned a blind eye to the bots because their bonuses were tied to user growth. And if your compensation is tied to user growth, well, you're not going to look too closely at some of the users. That's part of the problem. So I think we've got less misinformation because we don't have the bot problem that we used to do. And we also have given a lot of attention to community notes, which corrects, with community itself, corrects misinformation. It's been very effective.
I mean, I would only just add that, you know, we have spoken to people who have been sacked that used to be in content moderation, and we've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company. Is that
what
something
hate
that
speech are you
address?
talking about? I mean, you use Twitter,
right?
This is
do you
so
see a rise
cringe.
in hate speech?
This is actually next
just a
level
personal
cringe.
anecdote. Like, what do you? I don't.
Personally, my For You, I would see I get more of that kind of content. Yeah, personally, but I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
So you see more hate speech personally?
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content. And I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I
you
don't.
can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that For You feed anymore because I just don't particularly like it.
But you
and
said
actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at
hang on a second.
following.
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and
Well, then how did you see that hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen that for you hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
You can't give a single one.
And I'm saying...
Then I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
I say, sir.
Yes, because you can't give me a single example.
I tip my fedora.
Of hateful content, not even one tweet. And yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well...
That's false.
No, what I claimed...
You just lied.
What I claimed was... there are many organizations that say that that kind of information is on the rise. Now, whether it has on my feed or not, I mean, right, and
literally
if you look at something
one.
like the Strategic Dialogue Institute in the UK, they will say that. So
look, people will say all sorts of nonsense. I'm literally asking for a single example, and you can't name one.
Right, and as I already said, I don't use that feed. But
then how would you know that?
I don't think this is getting anywhere.
You literally said you experienced more hateful content, and then couldn't name a single example.
Right, and as I said,
that's absurd.
I haven't actually looked at that feed.
Then how would you know there's hateful content?
Because I'm saying that's what I saw a few weeks ago. I can't give you an exact example. Let's move on. We only have a certain amount of time. COVID misinformation.
You can heal it.
Change the COVID misinformation.
In the reporter's
Has BBC
voice.
changes COVID misinformation?
The BBC does not set the rules on Twitter, so I'm asking you.
No, I'm talking about the BBC's misinformation about COVID.
I'm literally asking you about, you changed the labels, the COVID misinformation labels. There used to be a policy, and then it disappeared. Why do that?
Well, COVID is no longer an issue. Does the BBC hold itself at all responsible for misinformation regarding masking and side effects of vaccinations, and not reporting on that at all? And what about the fact that the BBC was put under pressure by the British government to change its editorial policy? Are you aware of that?
This is not an interview about the BBC.
Oh, you thought it wasn't?
I see now why you've done Twitter Spaces. I am not a representative of the BBC's editorial policy. I want to make that clear. Let's talk about something else. You want to talk about the BBC?
You too.
All right, let's talk about something else.
That's not how interviews work, my dude.
Let's talk about something else. Narendra Modi. The BBC did a documentary about Narendra Modi and his leadership during the riots in Gujarat. We then believe that some of that content was taken off Twitter. Was that at the behest of the Indian government?
I'm not aware of that particular situation.
So you're not sure?
I don't know.
It's the horrible
I don't know
interview,
about
Three
that,
Geese.
you know, what exactly happened
It's
in the
here.
situation in India. The rules in India for what can appear on social media are quite strict. And we can't go beyond the laws of a country.
But do you get that if you do that, you incentivize countries around the world to simply pass more draconian laws?
No. Look, if we have a choice of either our people go to prison or we comply with the laws, we will comply with the laws. The same goes for the BBC.
Okay. Since you became CEO, there's been another story in town.
No, I'm not CEO anymore.
Okay, you're chief twit, or what are you?
No, my dog Floki is the CEO.
Okay.
He's taken over.
I saw that.
Yes.
Okay,
So clever.
So TikTok has also been in the news. There's talk of perhaps the Biden administration wanting to potentially ban it or force a sale. What's your view of the situation?
I don't really use TikTok.
Did he say chief twit? Yeah.
I mean, one of the reasons that I emphasize that that our goal here at Twitter is to maximize unregretted user minutes or unregretted user time is that I hear many people tell me they spent a lot of time on TikTok, but they regret the time spent. And that seems like, okay, well, we don't want to have regretted time. We want the time to be unregretted, where you learned things, you were entertained, amused. I mean, frankly, I get more laughs out of Twitter than anything else, and many people tell me the same thing. So that's a good sign. For TikTok itself, like I said, I just don't know enough about what's going on there. I can't say I have a strong opinion on TikTok.
So you have an opinion on whether it should be banned or not?
You know, I'm generally against banning things. So I'd probably not be in favor. I mean, it would help Twitter, I suppose, if TikTok was banned, because then people would spend more time on Twitter and less time on TikTok. But even though even if it would help Twitter,
that's what I
would
hear
be
when I hear Elon Musk
generally
talk.
against banning of things.
Okay. Do you feel sometimes that your many business interests might get in the way of you having opinion? I mean, for example, Tesla has major connections in China. Do you wouldn't have a certain opinion on something or feel uncomfortable about saying something because of your other business interests elsewhere?
Do I look uncomfortable? Actually, I do. I look uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's got activities around the world, and so does SpaceX. You know, once in a while, those things do come into conflict. But it's not like Twitter's like, you know, operates in China. It doesn't. It was banned in China. So, and certainly I've received no communication whatsoever from the Chinese government with regard to Twitter.
Okay.
Okay.
In terms of advertising, obviously Twitter's not a private company anymore, so we don't really know how it's all going. Have all the advertisers come back?
Not all, but most.
And
I mean, you can see it for yourself on Twitter, even in the For You feed.
Right.
I mean, in the
following
feed. Don't use For You because it sucks.
Right.
My product is terrible.
That's not what I said.
Okay, fine. Well, why don't you use For You? What's wrong with it?
How is it going? Is Twitter in profit now?
No, Twitter is rough. I'd say we're roughly break even at this point.
And I think you've said before you see a world where you could be in profit. Is there a timeline on that, do you think?
I mean, depending on how things go, if current trends continue, I think we could be profitable, or, I mean, I'd say, to be more precise, we could be cash flow positive this quarter if things keep going well.
This quarter, as soon as that?
Possibly, yeah.
Wow. And do you have a message for the advertiser? I mean, can you say which advertisers haven't come back?
I think almost all of them have either come back or said they're going to come back. There are very few exceptions.
Can you say any of the exceptions?
I actually don't know of anyone who said definitively they're not coming back. They're all sort of trending towards coming back.
But there are some that just haven't.
Jump in the water as well. It's great.
That's your message to the advertisers who haven't come back.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, if Disney feels comfortable advertising, you know, children's movies, and Apple feels comfortable advertising iPhones, those are good indicators that Twitter is a good place to advertise.
What?
I want to talk about
what
if you have any regrets. And you know, I think you were booed at a Dave Chappelle concert. I think your own lawyer said a little. Well,
a lot.
Some say a little, some say a bit more. I think your own lawyer said you couldn't get a fair trial in San Francisco.
A not insignificant amount.
That don't necessarily like you.
You were booed
here.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, but you know, I have to say I was wrong. He was wrong, I guess. Because I was acquitted by the San Francisco jury unanimously. So. Yeah.
But I guess.
But look,
do you have any regrets buying Twitter?
I think it was something that needed to be done.
I mean, you said
it's quite difficult, you know. It's I'd say that like the pain level of Twitter has been extremely high. This hasn't been some sort of party, so it's been really quite a stressful situation. You know, the last several months.
Oh, is it hard to be rich?
But apart from the pain, I mean, so it's been quite
baby.
painful. But I think at the end of the day, it should have been done. I think were there many mistakes made along the way? Of course, you know, but you know, all's well that ends well, and so I feel like we're headed to a good place. You know, we're roughly break even. I think we're trending towards being cash flow positive very soon, like literally in a matter of months. The advertisers are returning. I think the quality of recommended tweets has improved significantly, and we've taken a lot of feedback from people that have looked at the open source recommendation algorithm, and we've made a lot of improvements even since that was made open source, and we're going to keep doing that. So overall, I think the trend is very good. So, you know.
I mean, it was actually something I was going to ask you. You mentioned the pain, but you actually tweeted, I think in February, you said the last 3 months have been extremely tough. I wouldn't wish that pain on anyone. Are you talking emotionally there? I mean,
yeah.
Can you explain?
I wasn't stabbed or anything.
Right.
Like
but
some people around here, it's just dangerous neck of the woods we're in.
It is, or it can be. But can you just talk me through the emotional strain of this?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been under constant attack. I mean, it's not like I, have a stone cold heart or something like that. If you're under constant criticism and attack, and then that gets fed to you nonstop, including through Twitter, it's rough, Now, at the end of the day, I kind of think that, like, if you do lose your feedback loop, that's actually not good. So I think it is actually important to get negative feedback.
What you trying to say, asshole?
And I actually got rid of. I removed my entire block list, so I don't block anyone either. So somebody can, so I get like a lot of negative feedback. But I think it's actually good to get negative feedback.
Right. When you talk about the emotional strain, you've gone back to feedback. Is that the thing that's been most difficult to take, the sort of negative feedback?
Yeah, I mean, if the media is writing nonstop stories about why you're a horrible person, I mean, it's hurtful. Obviously.
I'm interested. I've written down a lot of these questions, but I haven't written this one down. But it's interesting. It feels like you have quite a kind of interesting relationship with the media, because in some ways you're quite skeptical, quite critical, certainly of established media, but also you kind of get hurt by what the media writes, and you seem to. You do get your news still from the BBC, as you've already said.
So I literally follow the BBC on Twitter.
So do you feel you have a kind of odd relationship with the media?
Yes.
Go on, explain.
His laugh sounds like it's fake.
It is somewhat of a love-hate relationship.
Like someone just inserted it into the interview.
The hate. But
it's like a soundboard going off. Actually, wild stuff.
I think this is sort of part and parcel of having a free media situation, which is that I do take heart in that the media is actually able to trash me on a regular basis in the United States, in the UK, and whatnot. Whereas in a lot of other places, the media cannot say mean things to powerful people.
Okay.
But I think it's better that we have a situation where the media can say mean things to powerful people.
If we're talking about the media, let's talk about verification labels. You obviously want to create another revenue stream that's subscription-based. Is verification the way to do that? Because we have a kind of a situation at the moment where the New York Times doesn't have a verified badge, whereas anyone else who can pay whatever few bucks a month can. Can that be right? Is that what you envisaged when you bought Twitter?
I must confess to some delight in removing the verified badge from the New York Times. That was great. Anyway, they're still alive and well, so they're doing fine.
But on a serious note, it could flame disinformation again if you have verified accounts that are from anyone who can pay money. They go up to potentially the top of feeds. They get more action on Twitter, and traditional media that may not pay for verification doesn't. Do you see how that could potentially be a driver of misinformation?
Well, I mean, I think the media is a driver of misinformation much more than the media would like to admit that they are.
I mean, that's a different question.
Yeah, But you are sort of saying like who knows best, the average citizen or someone who is a journalist. And I think in a lot of cases it is the average citizen that knows more than the journalist. In fact, I mean very often when I see an article about something that I know a lot about, and I read the article, and it's like they get a lot wrong. Sort of the best interpretation is is someone who doesn't really understand what's going on in industry, has only a few facts to play with, has to come up with an article. Now, it's going to be, it's not going to hit the bullseye. So then, like, generally, this is how I explain this to other people. If you read an article about something you know about, how accurate is that article? Now, imagine that is
essentially
all articles are.
Absolute nonsense
They're
that he's spewing right now. It's word salad.
But not an exact situation. So if somebody is actually, let's say, in the fray, or like an expert in the field, and was actually there, and writes about their experience of being actually there, I think that actually that's in a lot of cases going to be better than a journalist, because the journalist wasn't there.
I think you said the legacy verified blue ticks are going to go next week. There have been a few deadlines on this.
420.
Yeah, I see the joke.
That number will never leave me.
I clearly.
It
cost you a lot of money.
Clearly.
Well, fortunately, it didn't in the trial.
Well, yeah, right, for the SEC, right.
God, this journalist is just roasting the fuck out of him.
Good luck. Let's move on from that. But blue ticks, in theory, all legacy blue ticks gone next week, and at that point you'll kind of work out whether this is going to sink or swim.
Yes.
What's your hunch? I mean, you've obviously.
I think it's going to swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll swim just fine.
Okay. What are you looking for in terms of a revenue stream on that? What are your goals?
Well, I don't know if it's like necessarily a giant revenue stream. Because even if you have sort of 1 million people that are subscribed for, let's say, $100 a year ish, that's $100 million. And that's a fairly small revenue stream relative to advertising. But what we're really trying to do here with verification is
love the invisible hollows. Yeah, they are a fun inclusion.
Disinformation and bots in general.
Hey, circumcision cop.
So my prediction is that
you seem fun. I like you.
Social media company that does not insist on paid verification will simply be overwhelmed by advanced AI bots. I mean, ChatGPT is essentially a zillion instances of ChatGPT. How would you even know?
Is that really what you want on the platform? Do you want big news organizations being overwhelmed by bots so that they have to pay
No, the
some
point
money?
is that you won't be.
If you pay. But a lot of organizations have already said they're not going to pay.
Trust me.
Well,
I'm Elon Musk. Would I lie to you?
Up to them if they, can make them pay. It's a small amount of money, so I don't know what their problem is.
Oh, it's only a small shakedown.
But we're going to treat everyone equally. So what we're not going to do is say that there's some anointed class of journalists who are the special ones who get to tell everyone what they should think. That it should be up to the people what they think.
What the fuck are you talking about,
even
bro?
if an article is completely accurate and comprehensive and everything,
you need a job, a profession of people
they're deciding what
who can
to write
figure out what is true and what is not.
So I'm hopeful that this can be more a case
You need
of the
reporters. That's like a
as opposed to
thing
the
you
media
actually need.
At least a combination of the media and the public choosing the narrative. And the public getting to weigh in.
Trust me, Charlie
on
Brown.
stories if
You can kick the ball this time.
They should add something to it, or
would I lie to you?
And over time, I think if Twitter is the best source of truth, it will succeed. And if we are not the best source of truth, we will fail.
Someone comes in and offers you $44 billion for Twitter right now. Would you take it?
No.
Would you consider it?
No.
Why?
I call bullshit.
I take it back. It depends on who. I suppose if I was confident that they would
Mint Kuro?
pursue that would
That's
they
a
would
good buy.
rigorously pursue
Congrats.
the truth, then I guess I would be glad to hand it off to someone else. I don't care about the money really, but I do want to.
Me and the
have
homies rolling up to
some
kill the
source
bed
of
of
truth that I
chaos
can
again.
count on. And I hope that's our aspiration with Twitter, is to have a source of truth that you can count on. That's it's also real time. It's an immediate source
Datura
of
dude, thank you for
truth that
subscribing
can count
over on
and that gets more accurate
riverboat.gg.
with time
I
as
appreciate
people
that.
Comment on a particular thing.
Well, if you don't care about the money, you could just give it to someone that you think is a good person to run Twitter.
Who do you think that might be?
I'm not the boss of Twitter.
No, but it's well, that's you might still have an idea.
Who could run Twitter?
Yes.
Honestly, I have no idea who could run Twitter.
Yeah, it's a hard
He's
job.
so passive aggressive.
Okay, let's move on to.
Holy
you said
shit,
that you were
dude.
going to stand down.
This is amazing.
Chief executive, right? Okay.
I keep telling you, I'm not the CEO of Twitter. My dog is the CEO of Twitter.
Okay. Have you got any?
It's a great dog.
Other than the dog.
It's very alert, and it's hard to get anything by him.
Okay, that's good to know. Other than the dog, have you got any successes in mind?
He's got a turtleneck. I mean, what more do you need?
Okay. All right, we're going down that route.
Last sinner, let's go.
Steve Jobs or Elizabeth Holmes? Are you making reference to?
I guess more Elizabeth Holmes.
Okay. I've forgotten the question now.
He's got a husky voice and black turtleneck. Problem solved.
What were we
There it
talking
is,
about
bed
there?
of chaos, right there, baby.
Yeah. Who would you want? Have you got a successor in mind?
Not yet. Hopefully, at some point.
Right. So, because you did say you were going to stand down.
Well, I did stand down.
Okay. All right, let's move on from that then. All right. What about this office? I'm intrigued about this office. You said it was expensive.
I don't really need a CEO.
Yeah?
Yeah. Why can't we be an anarcho-syndicalist commune?
I think Jack Dorsey kind of recommended doing that, and you kind of ignored it.
Yeah, it was kind of that, actually.
This office, are you thinking about moving out of San Francisco?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet. No, I mean, this place is nice, and we I kind of like this office building, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so you're not, because I know you've talked about there's been high levels of crime here. You actually said at one point.
I think we should do something about the crime.
Right.
People are dying.
Right.
We should take action.
You've also talked about how potentially, I think you might have been joking, but you could turn this into a homeless shelter. So I guess the reason I'm asking is, you've
we tried to turn it into a homeless shelter, and the building owner rejected it.
You tried to?
Yeah, they won't let us.
Which bits have you tried to turn into a homeless shelter?
We're only using one of the buildings, and so the other building could be a homeless shelter.
And you've tried to?
Yeah, we would like to do it right now.
Really?
Yes.
And
you're
being stopped by who?
By the building owner.
They won't let you?
No. In fact, they wouldn't even let us take the W off the sign.
So how were you going to do that?
They're really quite
What was your plan for the shelter?
I don't know. We could just let people stay there. It's nice.
Right. Okay. I didn't know that.
They can bring their stuff, bring the tent, whatever.
Right. And it's a roof over their heads.
Yeah. If the building owner lets us, we'll do it.
Yeah. So if the building owner lets you, you would happily do that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. There we go. What's the most difficult thing you've had
got
to
him,
do?
baby.
What's the hardest thing you've had to do?
First try.
In the last 6 months. We're talking about the last 6 months as you as Twitter boss here, Twitter owner.
Well, shutting down one of our service centers was quite difficult, because it turns out there were. I thought the service centers were redundant, but there were in fact a lot of things that were hard coded to this one service center.
Got 'em, baby.
And so when we shut it down, we actually it was quite catastrophic. We lost a lot of functionality, which we sort of really rushed to put it back.
When was that?
And that was around late December, early January.
So that was the biggest sort of. I'm worried here.
Biggest crisis, yeah.
Yeah. And what about hard in terms of emotional? I mean, how, just letting go. I mean, what were the levels of staff, and what are they now?
I think we're around 1,500 people at this point, and there was, I think, 7,800.
What was that? Sorry?
I think it was around just under 8,000. We're around 1,500 right now.
Okay. And Has it been hard letting that many people go?
Yeah. It's not fun at all. It's painful.
I mean, I guess in what way do you feel like you need to speak to people when they leave, or?
I mean, it's not physically possible to speak to that many people.
Has that? I mean, you talked about that being the most technical bit. Has that been sort of the hardest thing
I
emotionally?
mean, it's not physically possible to talk to that many people. I'm Elon Musk. I'm very
Nancy
important.
Pelosi tweet.
No, leave it alone.
But there have
Blackjack
been
Sass,
examples
thank you
of
for the
there have been
raid.
others.
Welcome, Raiders.
Do you feel like you're an impulsive person?
I mean, have I shot myself in the foot with tweets multiple times? Yes.
Do you feel like
I need bulletproof shoes at this point?
I mean, you've definitely done that. The issue is that you're now a Twitter owner. Do you feel like you should look at your tweets more? You have a higher responsibility when you tweet something out for it to be accurate?
I think I should not tweet after 3 a.m.
That's the rule.
Yeah, well, maybe 2 a.m.
That's the new rule.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so there's a blanket ban.
I shouldn't.
What are your Twitter rules? I mean, I've heard some people say never tweet when you've been drinking, or never tweet when angry. What are your Twitter rules?
Well, I think those are two good rules. Yeah, don't tweet if you're wasted, or really upset about something. Yeah, probably. I mean, a good friend of mine actually had a good suggestion, and it has helped, which is that if you're going to tweet something that maybe is controversial, save it as a draft and look at it the next day and see if you still want to tweet it. And that has been a good rule of thumb.
Okay.
So I've got a bunch of things in my draft folder that I'm glad I didn't send.
I can't remember whether I've asked you this. This is my sort of wrapping up at this point. But yeah, do you have any regrets?
I mean,
any regrets?
Like hindsight's 20/20, so that a bunch of decisions that could have been made better for sure. But as I said, all's well that ends well, and things are going pretty well. So in the grand scheme of things, I can't complain.
You know,
Okay.
I will.
I'm going to just check my list of things to make sure I've actually.
My name's Elon Musk, and I actually own I own so much wealth that I could probably just like topple like several world governments, and no one would be none the wiser, and I think that's going pretty okay. And look, don't ask me too many questions, cause my name's Elon Musk, and I don't like it when you ask me too many questions. What if somebody asked you a lot of questions? How would you feel about that? That's me, Elon Musk. Don't look, just because I have the power to completely and utterly decimate your quality of life, doesn't mean I should be held accountable. My name's Elon Musk.
I mean, it's maybe this is something that people on the Twitter want to say. Ask, we could ask them.
I don't know why my Elon Musk voice sounds like that, but I like it.
680,000 people listening.
There you go.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
Let's see. How do we see? Okay. Let me see who. I'll just look at my tweet and see what people are saying or what questions they have. Do you like the BBC? Do you like BBC?
Okay, yeah, we're not going to.
Oh, I can't interview you.
Obviously, I work for the BBC.
But if you like, do you like BBC?
I know. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to respond to that. Okay. I think we can finish the interview there. If you want to continue, thank you very much.
Well, come on.
Really, dude.
Really appreciate it. Sure, you like BBC. Come on.
I'm not engaging. All right, Elon. It honestly has been a pleasure.
Really,
dude? Talking to you. It really has. And if you want to carry on answering questions on this, then go for it. But I'm not going to.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to see if there's like any good. There's a lot of comments here.
I can imagine.
There's so many. Anyway, so it's nice to be interviewed by the BBC. I have a lot of respect for the British Broadcasting Corporation.
He just
did you say when the
he
actual label's
just
gonna go
fucking
public?
Googled that.
Oh, is it? Do we still say state media or whatever? Oh, it says government-funded media currently, as opposed to publicly funded media. Well, I guess probably we can make that change tomorrow if you like.
It's up to you. I'm a journalist. It's up to you. But
I mean,
we'll expect that tomorrow.
I mean, do you have any requests on a personal level, or you can't speak on a personal level?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we've established that. Go on, what questions are people asking you? Go on.
What a weird dude.
I mean, there's like a lot of comments.
Like, he's so desperate to be liked.
Let's see. I was literally reading on, looking at replies to the fact that the spaces.
Are there any good questions that I've missed out in the last 6 months? I'm sure there are many.
I mean, people generally seem to like this interview, as far as I can tell. Very few negative comments.
What? Ah, damn it.
Positive.
Is that that's probably bad for me.
I'm scrolling as fast as I can to sort of see.
This is so weird.
I guess there's some complaints about Twitter Spaces
chat.
needing some improvement. Let's fix Twitter Spaces is one of the comments. People like the fact that my dog Floki is the CEO. And I'm really just scrolling as fast as I can here.
Yeah, he literally can't find anything worth saying.
On this interview.
I'd just like to say I like BBC.
Oh my god.
I do find it funny.
I think, I mean, honestly, if listening to the interview, the answer about misinformation and saying, oh, we don't police misinformation in the same way, but because we try and get bots, because we try and take down bots, we'll be effective at bots. There's actually less misinformation on the platform.
He just keeps saying
I
that
think
he
that's a
likes
big
the
factor.
BBC. It's so
I'd
weird.
like to ask you one more question on that, because that is quite a lot of people, I think, will be listening to this and thinking, really, you're arguing you can police content moderation far less and end up with less misinformation. How
first of all, we do have people working on content moderation. It's not like we don't.
I've spoken to lots of people who've been fired. So lots of people have been let go. I mean, you've gone from 8,000 to 50,000.
The censorship bureau was let go. I don't think the sort of putting a thumb on the political scales on the far left has been let go, because that's not right. That's not what you want for a public square. You've got to have equal treatment for people from across the political spectrum. So, some of them are going to be upset about that. But like I said, my experience is that there's less misinformation these days, not more, and that the community notes feature is extremely powerful for addressing so-called misinformation.
I mean, you've had community notes placed on your own tweets.
Yes.
One of them involving.
How did I pick my name?
An alleged diamond mine?
It's just my birth name.
Diamond mine?
A mine that.
What diamond mine?
A mine that your father.
Phoenix Fire, thank you for subscribing with Prime.
Yeah, my father never owned a diamond. You're thinking of an emerald mine.
Emerald mine.
Yeah, I'd like to see a picture of this alleged emerald mine.
Because you've been community noted on that tweet.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, but he never owned a emerald mine. This is total bullshit.
Not even a 50% stake.
No.
Because in community notes.
But first of all, okay. Do you think emerald? Something like emerald
he's
mine
getting bodied by this interviewer.
Some sort of property register. There'd be like a picture of it. It's not like you can say, "Oh, that's my mine." These things are hotly debated. If you've got something valuable, you have to have some property record, like a house. But much more important than a house. And yet there is no problem.
Yeah, no, I tried a few different names for a while, but eventually I just decided that, like, none of them really suited me, and honestly, I felt like just kind of owning my name was pretty based and cool. So that's what I did instead. Plus, there's a game called Mass Effect 2 that has a lady named Jack in it, and I figured it's good enough for that badass cool lady, it's good enough for me.
Property record whatsoever. There is no picture of this mine whatsoever. It doesn't exist. It's fake.
So it's a really good example then, because there is a community note on that tweet that says, you said this thing on the X day, blah, blah, blah. So in that instance, the community notes didn't work. So you're saying that that's a way of solving misinformation, but you're literally saying one of those community notes is wrong.
In the community note may be referring to a thing where I went on a trip with my father to Zambia, but I never saw any mine or anything. So there's no mine.
I'm not right, but at this point I'm just saying the community note says it is. So you're saying it's this bit great panacea, but yeah, it's literally on your own tweet, the community notes, according to you, are wrong.
If they're referencing an article, then the article may not be wrong, but they're still representing. Anyway, but community notes is not going to be perfect, but it's the batting average of community notes I found to be extremely high.
Right.
So
community notes plus getting rid of millions and millions of bots every day, I guess. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's what you think is tackling misinformation over content moderation. And I think that's the bit that a lot of people will go really.
Really, yes, really. Look, the
Damn
acid
it.
test is people use the system and find it to be a good source of truth, or
God
they don't.
damn it.
And no system is going to be perfect in its pursuit of the truth. But I think we can be the best, the least inaccurate. That's our goal. The least inaccurate.
1 second, I have to take a picture of
And
my
I think
dog
I think we might be there already. If we're not there, we'll be there soon.
Do you have? I've spoken to people who think this. Do you have a kind of message for people who think that Twitter has been ruined?
Well, we have all-time high usage, so I don't think it has been.
Some people think it has been. I'll tell you that.
Yes, well, they're probably the same people who predicted that Twitter would cease to exist, and their predictions have turned out to be false.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you whether you think it's been ruined, because obviously you're not going to
No,
say
I think it's great.
yes.
It's way better. Better by a lot.
Oh my god. We finally did it. We got through it, chat. We did it together. And honestly, the friends, the Elon Musks were the friends we made along the way, honestly. How are you all doing, chat? Are you doing okay? Are you hydrated? Are you eating enough? We did it, chat. Group cheer. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. Now, I do have to ask, hey chat, I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours now. If you're enjoying the content, please consider gifting some subs or making some donos on riverboat.gg especially, because those help me so much, and I would really appreciate it. And we're going to actually equip this item here. I'm high, so I'm great. I went to the gym today. You went to the gym today? You are thriving, Metal Kitty Mom. Fuck. But yeah, I'd appreciate the financial support, because you guys are what allow me to keep doing this show that I love. Nope. Nope. God damn it. That attack hurts so much. Fashion Souls over here. You have the Rona. No, Rasta Boss. I'm sorry. No. Cooking some honey cashew stir fry? Yo. You've been getting back into better habits? Hell yes. We stan a healthy queen. Don't we, folks? Fashion Souls over here? Oh yeah, I gotta be the most dapper lass. Do 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 do. Here, you know what? Do some chilling synthwave while I think about what we're gonna do next. What? Bullshit. Oh, we got him, boys. Hey, get dunked, nerd. Thank you very much, Winby. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate all y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Also, folks, I'm thinking it might be about time for another People's Court in the near future here. But I did want to ask, next week on Wednesday, we are going to be doing a charity stream, and I would love to know what you guys would want to do, what you guys would want to see as some incentives, because I want to make sure that you guys have a good time, okay? Get over to the Discord. We have a charity stream ideas channel. Make some suggestions for different donation incentives, either individual or goals that you might like to see, because I want to make sure that this is a successful fundraiser. Let's go, babies. Quixtina, thank you very much for subscribing over on twitch.tv. I appreciate it. Also, folks, we've been having a bit of a slow night with donos. Any of you who might feel inclined, I would appreciate it immensely if you were to decide to support my humble little operation. Oh. Hello, you. There we go. We got him. Hey, Antrima. How you doing? Are you well moderated over here? Hey, I'm moderating over here. Hey. Hey. Hey, Mithril-Miss. I'm sorry you're not doing okay.
Is that a shard you're here to see, however?
Okay, we'll be doing a call-in stream on Friday, just as an FYI. So why don't we do that then? Patreon call-in stream or an individual one? I figured we'd do an individual one. See what the interest is. But patrons obviously get priority. It's okay, Mid. It's okay. Oh, that was close. Not worth it. Just gonna activate this. And we're gonna keep on going down. Yo, Randar the Barbarian, thank you for the $5 dono. It ain't much, but it's an honest dono. Look, I will never look down on donos, okay? Thank you so much. Like, donations like yours, like, are what make my channel, okay? So don't you downplay how amazing you are. Not one of you, alright? Hey, Alex Dergros. Hello. And Randar the Barbarian, additionally, thank you for being one of the few chatters to step up after my call to action. I double appreciate that dono, okay? Thank you very much. I donate in support of playing City Pop again. Well, considering that we don't have a hype train, here you go. Okay, GamerG, that sounds perfect. Just remind me, okay? Oh no, the game froze. No. No, please. Not like this. Okay, we're good. Whew. Oh no. Oh no, it's angry. Okay. I'd love to call in, but I don't know what I'd talk about. Well, that's okay. No! Aw, sentient waffle, true. My husband is having bad luck, bumped into a rich car yesterday, leaving damage. Just closing the garage door today, the fire extinguisher fell off the wall and squirted in his eyeball. Yo, how does that even happen? Fluttered by Dragon, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your husband's having such a rough go of it. Just don't, like, eat any bananas in the near future, okay? Because, like, the way things are going, it sounds like he's on track to, like, slip on a banana peel. I see. There we go. Ring of the Evil Eye +1, baby. Why am I not? There we go. It was very stressful. This music slaps. You can thank Mint Kuro for it. That one. No, what the hell? Okay, fine. Okay, game. That's cool. No! Okay. Oh, damn it. Oof. Okay. I've not played Soulstorm. I've heard decent things, though. bum, bum. Isn't Slave Knight Gale in Dark Souls 3? Yes. My favorite character in all of Dark Souls. Wait, unless Slave Knight Gale is in this one? I mean, it wouldn't be impossible. It's okay. Dark Souls 3 was like 10 years ago, so like, it's understandable. No! Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, game. God damn. Okay. It's fine. Everything's cool. We're cool like cucumbers. I mean, Dark Souls, Slave Knight Gale is one of the best bosses in all of Dark Souls. I just like his lore. Oh, right. We're getting into New Blighttown. Excellent. Dark Souls 1 is so ancient. God damn it. So it begins. So it fucking begins. Fuck you guys. Man, I hate New Blighttown. So I'm not gonna deal with New Blighttown. You guys can't make me. Scarlet Rot Lake instead. Yep. Nah, I'm going to the poison area. The other poison area, not the one you're thinking.
Just speak up if you're in need of miracles. That's why I'm here, after all.
This is great. You're great. Hey, Rotful. I'm in Oregon. I'm the Oregon lead for Progressive Victory. Was wondering if you, when you do call-ins, you'd be interested in me getting on to talk about how we're fighting for universal health care in Oregon? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Rotful. on Friday. When we do our stream on Friday, call in. Why does Dark Souls 2 have to have multiple poison levels? Because they hadn't invented rot yet. You know, this was back before rot, when we had to walk uphill both ways. Wait, isn't there an NPC over here? Yeah, this guy. This clown. This weird head wrap.
I don't know who you are, but the frailties of the weak disrupts. Leave me alone. I'm interested in one thing, darling. Leave me
Okay. Oh. Okay, bye. Yo, Armored Core 6 is coming out already? They need to stop releasing so many good games. Too many video games. I feel so over-leveled for this area, it's wonderful. These games are way too hard for you, but dang, are they pretty? They are very pretty games. Like, they get the skyboxes and, like, the lighting effects really right, which allow them to have, like, a lot of, like, visual staying power. Which is uncommon, I think, in games like this. I'm gonna go and get a torch, is what I'm gonna do. God damn it. I want to avoid respawning all of the enemies. Rastabas, you're great. Just realized I can unequip this cat ring. I'm double great now. You are. Look. Y'all are amazing. Amazing. Look at all of these nerds. Who taught you the ways of being a dork? Who did that? Get out of here. Goodness. Also, Contra's being petty in YouTube comments again. What do you mean? What's she doing now? I'm a bit worried because my my tweet is getting some traction. I'm a bit worried that like she's gonna like get fucking upset at me. Hole. Do we got any of those invisible guys in here? This feels like a place I would put an invisible guy. Doesn't look like it. Vosh responded in part on the video stream the other day. That sounds about right. Mostly what I was mad about with the criticism with Vosh, on top of it being wrong, was just it did a disservice to like the video that she was trying to make. It seemed completely beside the point. Like, it did not serve her argument. Yeah, some high quality bait, indeed. Why did it bring me up here? What value was this to anyone? Oh good, I got poison moss and a life gem, my favorite. Was that really all there was up here? It seems like such a waste. I mean, I guess it's just kind of like, oh, you fell down there. Time to climb all the way up. It really did feel like she contradicted her own argument. But also, like, I saw some people on Twitter saying, like, oh, her argument's basically just that, you know, ladies can't be criticized. And I genuinely think that Contra is like too smart to make that point. None of you? Like, I fully believe that maybe she just... I fully believe she's capable of, like, having whiffed that argument without needing to say, like, oh, she was actually trying to say that J.K. Rowling is incapable of doing harm because she's a lady and has lady parts. I don't think that's the case. No, that's the thing about it, right? Like, it feels so petty for her to have brought up, like, the Vosh shit between, like, I don't know. Also, I didn't mention this yesterday, but apparently, and people pointed this out to me, but, like, apparently, the screenshot she used was unrelated to, like, the J.K. Rowling stuff. Instead, the screenshot she used was, like, from Vosh being... Oh, one second. Vosh, like, being mean about, like, the Cat Black drama where Cat Black leaked like a bunch of their explicit messages with each other, and then wrote like a ton of like a gigantic tweet thread about it, justifying herself, and like, why would you use that example to try and make Vosh look bad? Like, why would you do that? Yeah, like she could have. There are many ways to have framed that in a way that wouldn't have been like super problematic. Somebody said Vosh posted it, not to JKR, but JKR picked it up and quote tweeted it for her own purposes. I don't know about that one, but like, I don't know. I personally think it's pretty shitty to leak like explicit and intimate messages between you and another person to get like social clout and like an own, you know? Yeah, he was real sneaky. That big guy snuck up on me. Also, there are these little guys on the side. I'm trying to figure out how to deal with them without dying, but I think I can just maybe ignore them. Is this drama that's so online I don't even know about it? Well, the drama is that Cat Black and Vosh like texted each other, you know, romantically, and then she leaked their intimate DMs to the internet to like own him, I guess. And yeah, then he was like mean about it because like, yeah, of course, like fuck you for sharing our DMs, you know, like, yeah. They sexted? Yeah, no, they sexted. Yeah. But like that's the interaction that's one of the interactions that Contra showed in her video, and I feel like not providing that context is really intellectually dishonest, and just kind of goes to further the argument that she was being incredibly fucking petty about the whole situation. Wait, he had private DM? No, he didn't have private DMs with Cat Black about J.K. Rowling. He had private DMs with Cat Black about, like, sexy times. About, like, sexual intercourse. Oh. Done, son. That's how we roll. The J.K. Rowling tweet was public. Yeah. Yes? The J.K. Rowling... What do you... What's confusing here? Well, at one point in the video, she shared the tweet that he made to J.K. Rowling. At another point in that same segment, she showed, like, the tweet he made, like, about the Cat Black situation after Cat Black had leaked, like, their sexting. You following me, chat? That's pretty nasty. Yeah, it wasn't great. Oh, we got another big guy here. Ow. There we go. Do words even mean anything to holistic people? Who knows? What? Wait, what? Someone leaked Vosh sexting? Yes, Cat Black leaked their sexting. And then wrote like a bajillion words about it on Twitter and how it was actually okay for her to do that. Ba-ba-ba-da. Yeah, Vosh said drag as in bring this on stream, and she read drag as in trash talk on stream. Yeah. This is a whole thing. Look, I don't usually talk about this shit on stream because it's frankly not super interesting to me to talk about this kind of drama, but like, I don't know, like somehow it's relevant, I guess. Oh. What are all the bloodstains on the ground? The bloodstains are previous players that died. So, like, if I touch them, like, it shows you a phantom right before they died. Yep. See? And he died. Boom. It's like the last moments of another player. Yeah, it is. It's a neat little feature. It's not, like, super helpful IMO, but, like, it's interesting. No, I honestly don't understand, like, the Cat Black stuff enough to talk about it in depth. I'm just, like, giving the additional context of what was used in the video. Wait, oh, this is a completely different area. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Lovely. I mean, when I find a lever, I gotta pull it. I don't know what it does, but... There we go. We did it. Oh, it lowered the bridge. Oh, it lowered the bridge. No, stop! What do you do? What? God damn it! God. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Kind of love it, but it's also really dumb. Die. There we go. Whew. Is your enemy flaying your might? He had a special item. I don't remember the cat stuff in the video, though, just the J.K. Rowling tweet, but Contra wasn't upset about the J.K. Rowling tweet initially. She was upset because Cat was upset about it, so she got angry at Vosh for it. It's a whole goddamn mess of... Yeah, honestly, this just feels really high school in a way that isn't, like, all that cool or interesting, you know? Okay, I'm trying to remember... What the hell is going on here? Soul Spear! Oh, God! I don't like this fight. Okay, you dead now. There we go. I just saw a shiny item and got excited. Hey, Very Knifey Duck, how you doing? We're having a cozy stream of Dark Souls and drama mongering, I guess. Putting compression socks on another person's legs is difficult as fuck. It's true, it is difficult as fuck. What is over here? What are we gonna fear? Oh, these guys. I remember these guys. I remember them 9 times. Wonder how far this guy's gonna follow me around this area. Let's find out. Do-do-do-do-do. No! I got owned! Owned again! Oh yeah, and Poly People and Dreamleaf were fighting on Twitter. Yeah, I saw that. I'm one of the racists that Poly People is talking about, so I don't know. Not super fond of Poly People. And also, I've never seen Dreamleaf say or do anything like negative to anybody. So, kind of Team Dreamleaf on that one. Okay, let's try this again. Look, that was super easy. Why couldn't I do that for the last one? God damn it. All Dreamleaf did was disagree with a black woman? Yeah. There we go. Dunzo. Dunzo, Washington. Oh, I have a lot of souls. I should probably go use those. Poly People eventually run out of people to drama farm. Seems to be all drama for them. Look, you never run out of people to drama farm, okay? All you gotta do is make a new account to watch their shit, and there you go. You're done. You did it. You successfully drama farmed. Mostly I'm just, the main thing I'm disappointed about is just some people who used to watch my content who kind of bought into that narrative and, God damn it! Okay, they can lock me into an attack like that. I need to be careful about that. Yeah, Poly People was the one from the Finster drama who was saying that Finster was basically doing woman face. Except, I don't know how many of you guys saw the National Review article that was trending today. That was basically like, the new blackface is trans people, except they're doing woman face. Yeah, Poly People was basically accusing Finster of that. Except the woman face was explicitly like trans woman face, which is doubly weird. So I don't know. I don't know about that one. Oh fuck. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna initiate Plan B, which is to aggro everything and just run through to grab our souls again. And you know, honestly, we don't even really need to fight any of these guys. I just like to do it for the clout. It's mostly bragging rights, if I'm being honest with you guys. Do 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 do. Oh god. Hey, can you not though? All right. Hi there. You could all just awkwardly go away. All right. We cool though. We cool. Are you gonna come over and try and attack me, bud? Huh? 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 Anybody? Anybody want to try and attack me over this small gap? Generally not into dudes. Finster's hella cute. Well, yeah. Finster's a cute person. Don't understand how someone who claims to stand for trans people could claim that femboys are the result of trans misogyny and porn when that's literally the argument transphobes use. Yeah. Oh god. Oh fuck. Fuck! To get all the way back here, and then jump over that tiny gap. It's okay. We can do this. Yo, LB, thank you for the $5 dono. That's really kind of you. Also, Chad, if anyone else would like to dono, I would appreciate it. So as I don't die. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep, okay? And thank you for helping to invent the internet. Yeah, like, I don't know, if... Like, it'd be pretty cool if Finster wound up being a trans lady. But, like, I don't know, like... Okay, cool. We're gonna do this slowly and carefully. And with lightning. What? No! Oh god, the auto-targeting in this game is dog shit. Come on, fall down. Fuck. Come on. I know you're gonna do a thing. Salmon Moose, thank you for the $10 dono. Couch cushion money? Hell yeah. That's food money. Okay. Woo! Alright. Making progress. Finster's sweet, legit, trying to do the right thing, while Polly has essentially tried to use him. Yeah. Look, I don't want to speculate about Polly's motivations. I don't think that her arguments were good. That's ultimately what I gotta come down to, you know? There we go. Get out of here, knock off Guts the Berserk. I got souls to claim. Gender nonconforming cis dudes are more common than people think. Yeah, exactly. You know what? It's okay for them to exist. It's genuinely okay, actually. We love our gender nonconforming friends and family. We do indeed. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can defeat this boss. Here we go. Let's defeat this goddamn chariot. This is where they got those abominations from Elden Ring. What the hell? Why? What the hell, guys? Ah, fuck all y'all. Not you, chat. I love all you. Damn it. I was actually really close to finishing that. Now I gotta do all that again. Damn it. Well, luckily I don't have to kill anyone this time. At the same time. Only if you guys don't know more. Eyebrow wiggle. Woe is me! This was so difficult to do. No! Damn you! Damn you all! Okay, actually, chat, I'm gonna be done for the evening. I have to, maybe try to build a nightstand before I go to bed. But, I like all of you, okay? This has been a really fun stream. We'll do it again tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a more politics-oriented stream tomorrow. We only did that towards the beginning of today's stream. There you go. I love y'all. We will, we'll get the gang back together. And finally, chat, if you enjoyed today's stream, please consider throwing some subs or bits my way, because I'd very much appreciate your patronage. Love y'all very much. You have a good night, okay? We're gonna raid over into Rhizome. And you all have a good one, okay? Night. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.